on.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Ahayah's gathering Israel.
The Arabs and Africans told us
at gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here.
Ahayah gather us.
Ashar in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Ahayah's gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.
Ahayah's gathering Israel.
Do us a favor, brother. Hit brothers and sisters, hit the like button as you come in, please.
Ashar in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
Ahayah's gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ashar with the elders on standby. I would like to say all praises be first and foremost to Ahayah Bahashim Yashaya Warawak, the God of Israel, the God of truth, yes, and the God of this Bible. I would like to give all praises to him first and foremost. And yes, let's jump right in. Do us a favor, brothers and sisters, as we go forward. Just make sure you hit the like button. You're doing a great job as you come in. We're going to jump right in it. You see the title. This is going to be one of our most important broadcasts or blogs to date. The social lynching of Judah is the topic. The social lynching of Judah. Now, in case somebody out there who may fall on this particular video and doesn't know who is Judah, don't worry about it. You'll understand it before the broadcast is done. Judah is the fourth son of Jacob in the Bible. And we so happen to be, that's right, you got it, the children of Judah. Particularly the Negroes who ran into Africa and came over here to serve according to ancient prophetic history. Okay, to serve the Gentiles in a land where never a new land where never mankind dwelt, the new world. It was prophesied, that Judah would serve in a land. And I'm going to talk about it today, but I want to go right into it. In particular, some people may call them African Americans in America or black people. Okay, we've taken on many titles. Negro, we graduated from being called the N-word, Niger in Southern slang, using the Southern slang, Niger or nigger. We graduated from that to Negro, from Negro to colored, from colored to I'm black and I'm proud, from I'm black and I'm proud to African American. All the way back now to the original word that had that old Southern slang. Only to celebrate it as a part of our culture, being called nigger. The social lynching of Judah. Brothers and sisters, it all comes together concerning what's going on socially and otherwise with the earth. With the earth, that's right, the whole earth geopolitically, with Judah, the black man within the crosshairs. Now, when I speak of this and when I talk about this today, keep in mind, in order for them to get to where they are right now, to outright, destroying and defaming, demeaning, and killing black people, black men in particular, right? They have to first destroy the image of masculinity altogether, regardless of race. So they would have to do what? That's right. Have an outright attack on what masculinity is. It doesn't matter a white man, Chinese man, Arab man, or even a black man. They must destroy the image or the thought of masculinity first. Okay? Now we're going to be going into this. We're going to talk about it today. Now, before I go into this, I don't think it's a coincidence that out of nowhere, Santi and the brother from Texas, I'm going to give you his name later, he worked on a video, Jacob's Crying. Out of nowhere, I got a great surprise last night. Opened up my computer and Jacob Crying, the song, came on. And man, I'll tell you one thing. It did something. When I seen that song put into a pictorial montage to express exactly the spirit that went into, that's right, creating Jacob's Crying. I heard it today and I seen it last night. I looked at it and I was like, yeah, but I took another look at Jacob's Crying today. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I haven't been hit like that in a long time. The reality of what's going on with our people. And it actually led to this particular broadcast, the social lynching of Judah. So before I go into, brothers and sisters, our broadcast, I'm going to premiere that right now. Let all of you see it. And at any time you want, you can always go to A Gathering 144, share it, and let your family see this video. Introduce it to your family. Even if they don't know the truth and all that, let them see this video, because I believe visually it will give an understanding to the curses the Bible said would happen to the children of Israel. So I'm going to premiere this on this channel together with you. Let's see it. Jacob Crying.
can hear him crying. When you gonna rise? Call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise. Let's hear your roar. When you gonna rise, Jacob? Thinking of you coming. Thinking of you cries, Jacob. Thinking of you falling. I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise to be restored. Troubles are brewing, Jacob. You need to stop what you're doing. Oh, Jacob. You know the promise is waiting. Oh, Jacob. You need to call on the Lord. So I can hear your Jacob crying. I can hear you crying. I can hear. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise, and you will be restored. Troubles are brewing, no Jacob. Just stop what you're doing. Stop it, Jacob. Because the promise is waiting. No, Jacob. So call on the Lord, and He will hear your voice. Oh, Jacob, let us hear it. Oh no, let's hear that roar. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Ooh, Jacob, come and call on the Lord.
I hear Jacob crying. Oh, I can hear him crying. When you're gonna rise, Jacob, call on the Lord. Let's hear you roar.
Man, Lord have mercy. Hey. Whoa. When I seen that, I thank Sandy and the brother who produced it and in Texas. They collaborated on it, and he sent it to me early this morning, and man, did it hit me like a ton of rocks. And it's like, hey, I said, you know what? We need to talk about this. The social lynching of Judah. For those who don't know who Judah is, real quick, let me bring in Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. I don't know if you've seen the video before I just showed it. You seen it last night or no? The first time you seen it?
This is my first time seeing it as you played it.
Oh, you didn't know. I mean, I go back to, it was Sister Vera who started off with, she had the tune, I Hear Jacob Crying. And, you know, she had, I hear Jacob crying. I can hear him crying. And she said that. She says, I'm telling you. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, yeah, I can do that. And she kept saying that over and over again while we were overseas. And her son, Shane. I said, Shane, we're going to write this song and you can sing it. And Maestro, he came in, Mike Allah. I'm like, Mike, okay, let's do it. Dun, 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 dun. And then I went da 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 da. Each piece, I say, okay, Mike, let's bring in the cello. Okay, let's bring it in, and then the backgrounds came together. After it was I Hear Jacob Crying, when you gonna? I hear Jacob crying, oh I can hear him crying. And then second verse, I feel Jacob rising, and that's what I wrote the second verse, and and produced and dealt with all the backgrounds. I don't know if you were there when we recorded it. I think it was at night, but
I think I was there for pieces. I do remember the time period in which it was recorded, and I remember the developmental stages. I was there for small pieces, but definitely it captures the things about one of the things about the music and the songs that brothers and sisters hear, whether it be the album or even Jacob's Crying, as everyone just heard. Each of these songs capture moments of this movement and this journey, and definitely a lot of memories attached to this music. Yeah,
and my nephew Shane, he did it. And that's Ava at the very end, because she was a baby at that time, but she just wanted to, she couldn't let anyone outshine her, so she just grabbed it at the very end. But Jacob Crying, but to see it come together after this whole journey of traveling all over the world, and know the circumstances that song was made out of, to see it to where it is now, it's just a blessing. But let's go in. Let's go in. The social lynching of Judah. Now, I'm going here, Elder Lawyer, and you can tell the people I did not discuss this title or anything with you beforehand, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So I want everyone to know this is organic. This is straight from the Spirit. And I just called him in, and this is the first time he actually heard the title, actually. The social lynching of Judah, because for the last couple of years, America in particular have started a movement claiming that there should be social justice for black people, black men in particular, starting with George Floyd. Starting with the fact that there's racism, systemic racism against black men that should be stopped immediately, shaped through legislation to protect the lives of black men. That's what they ran on, the Democrats. And they was able to get one white person who would represent the white racist at the same time, so that they know subconsciously what that does. without telling people, claiming that the racism exude that came through Donald Trump is the reason black men are killed on the streets like George Floyd by police. That's really was the narrative that led to the sentiment swinging towards black people saying, I'm going to vote for Biden, if not only to keep Trump out. They were able to subconsciously get into our minds to make us believe, because if you got Trump as the racist at the same time as George Floyd under a racist attack and being politicized, people out there cannot separate the two. So subconsciously, they had everyone believe that the black man, that something would happen to stop racist white people in particular from killing black men. But really, Elder Lawyer, when I examined it, and I was dealing with this all day, Lawyer, they set the stage to kill off thousands upon thousands of George Floyd's. Black men. That whole thing was a setup to destroy black men. And I'm going to prove it today. Another thing I wanted to point out. There's those of us out there within our race that actually hate men. And I'm going to frame this. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove everything I'm saying right now. There's a segment of our population within our own race that hate men. All men. It doesn't matter the color. And there's some people within our own race that hate the black man and the masculine black man more than any starch white racist could. Worse than even Donald Trump. And why am I pointing this out, folks? Because we have to understand what we're up against and begin to push back against it. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to talk about that today. We're going to cover every area that you can imagine concerning this particular topic, so that no one can claim, well, we're pointing to this and point. No, we're going to roll it all out so that you can actually see it from a heaven's view, from the outside looking in to the climate and the social climate that was developed to destroy the tribe of Judah. Elder Lawyer, now, for those who don't know who is Judah, let's go to Genesis 49 real quick. Let's go to Genesis 49. Let's read Genesis 49, and let's start with the prophecy of our forefather Jacob on his deathbed concerning his fourth son. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Starting off at Genesis 49, verse number 1. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you what shall befall you in the last days. Verse 8. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he crouched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal unto the bond.
Now, I need brothers and sisters to understand this prophecy concerning Judah, that he would be at the neck of his enemies. That every place the enemy is, the enemy would keep Judah close. Why? That's right. You keep your friends close, but your enemy even closer. So Esau, being the leader who's orchestrating all of this, the Roman Empire, the Edomites, so-called whites from Rome, the Vatican, They have these conversations, the Elite 700, the Club of Rome, the Bilderbergers, and all of these different sectors of world planners. Folks, understand what's going on here. When the Bible says that we will be at the neck of their enemy, they will keep Judah close throughout all of what? Throughout the times of their power. Speaking of Edomites in particular, the Roman Empire. They would keep Judah close like they did during the time of the Roman Empire. We graduated from gladiators in the arenas. That was us, folks. To generals over Roman troops. We went from slaves in Rome. We're able to buy our freedom through fighting in the arena. Only to graduate to what? Generals over the Roman army. They kept us close, Judah. Understanding the mind and might and the spiritual prowess of that lion. Only if they could keep that lion tamed enough to utilize him for them. The black man, Judah. And it says he's a lion's whelp, but he's gone up from the prey. So Judah has the propensity, he has the power to raise many through his roar. But he's like a lion's whelp. He's like a cub. He don't even realize, he never realized his true power. Like in that Disney movie, The Lion King, where the evil uncle got rid of the father only to have the hyenas raise this lion. This lion walking through the wilderness with no idea of his power until he grew. He grew to a full age and was one day spoken to by his father. Only to realize that, no, his real position is not there out in the wilderness, being raised by hyenas, the heathen. And he had to one day confront the enemy. That's right. Hence the prophecy of our king, a black man by the name of Yashaya, whom the earth called Yeshua. The king who would gather Israel together as one. But he would have to raise Judah first through the Spirit to begin to speak to the Judites in the wilderness, to gather them together like it's prophesied in Genesis 49, like the Lion King did his son. Brothers and sisters, you see the title, The Social Lynching of Judah. We're the children of Judah. And it was prophesied that he would begin to do what? Raise the tribe of Judah first. Elder Lawyer, I need you to get that for me. But before you get that, let's go to Hebrews 7 and 14.
Yes, sir. Hebrews 7, verse number 14.
Come on.
For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah.
Sprang out of what?
Out of Judah.
Out of Judah, the tribe of Judah. We are not Negro. We are not nigger. We are not Niger. We are not African Americans. We're Judah. No other people fit this prophecy. We're the tribe of Judah. The power of Christ's government, that's right, pumps through our bloodstreams. It pumps through our veins. His government pumps through our people. This is why the Most High have made us trendsetters throughout the earth, but we've used our power for evil. And now the enemy have been watching us very close at the neck of the enemy and realize that it doesn't matter how much pacifying they do to Judah. Judah is resisting. So they needed to first make an attack against masculinity so that they can have a full board, a full attack. All races, all people in particular, against the black man, specifically in America. And this whole George Floyd thing was to take away that steam, that power, that conversations we were having, so that the enemy can now strip us of organically coming together in the spirit so that they can have the narrative on how to protect or save the black man. And it comes a time where all of us have to realize through this political landscape that we were tricked. Every 4 years, they trick us with the same thing using race baiting. And guess what? Obviously, they think it works because guess what, folks? We keep falling for it over and over and over again. Only to get more incarcerated and more and taken down by the same people who claim they're in office to protect us. There's a public lynching going on. It is always going on in captivity. It is always going on. And the first lynching of Judah started with our Lord and Savior on the hill Golgotha getting crucified. And he was able to get crucified, speaking of the one you call Christ, because the mob was what? You got it. The mob was convinced against that black man. There was public sentiments to demonize him. And that led to his crucifixion. And I'm talking about the greatest lion, the greatest prophet, Christ, the one this world ignorantly calls Jesus. Read it. Come on.
Hebrews 7, verse number 14. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood.
Our Lord, our master, our teacher, our sacrifice came from the tribe of Judah. Now, Judah lost his heritage. You've seen it in the video. Let's read it, Jeremiah 17, real quick, Elder Lawyer. For disobedience, for sinning against the laws within the Bible, within the Torah. Keep in mind, the prophecies stated, brothers and sisters, that we would temporarily go into exile or captivity. That this captivity under these Gentiles isn't a permanent prophecy. Which means we're not going to stay under the hand of our enemies forever. So now that the Most High have the heritage coming back to Israel, the enemy now have circled the wagons in their think tanks to come up with new elaborate ways of getting rid of Judah. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 17, verse number 4.
Come on.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee.
Come on.
And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land that thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
Which shall what?
Which shall burn forever.
So it was prophesied that the children of Israel, including Judah, would do what? Discontinue from our heritage. So organically out of nowhere being exiled into a land to serve our enemies like it's prophesied in Deuteronomy 28, we began to create this whole new culture outside of the original heritage given to us. Some good that came out of that culture, the music you hear from blues, rock and roll, and whatever, gospel music, music in particular, you name it, it came from us. A lot of good came out of it. Organically, without that spirit, without the knowledge of who we were, still excelled in a land without our heritage, without knowing our true God. Now, what happens when these people come back to the heritage and understand our true purpose? That in of itself makes what? That's right. Those who understand their heritage an enemy of the empires. Okay? I'm going to break this down to you folks today. Now, the Bible says that because other tribes are more family oriented, that they're not as destroyed as the black man in America. They're not. Because what Esau did in particular with Judah at the neck being so close to him, he pacified enough of us to keep the rest in order. Okay? Systematic control and destroyed systematically us socially through programs. So not like other tribes of Israel, the other tribes, they systematically destroy us from one generation to the next and do everything. They'll even throw money in the pot to keep Judah divided, to keep the family of Judah in. They would do anything to stop the family of Judah from staying intact. It's systematic, and they're throwing money at that. Not money for reparations that would help our families. The only money they'll give us is to do what? To keep the status quo or destroy the family of Judah. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is Zechariah chapter 12, verse number 7.
Zechariah 12 and 7, for those who don't know who Judah is. Let's read it.
The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah.
And that's why the Most High put the truth in the mouth of Judah first, to give us some level of power to begin to bring the whole nation together under Christ. Because if we didn't have that power to speak and unify our brethren, they would come together and magnify themselves against us. Why? Because there's still some similitude amongst the other tribes of family and unity. And by default, they would take us. But he gave us that roar. He gave us that power. He gave us that voice. The power of Judah that can move us together as what? As a family instead of individuals. And every time Judah stood up, it did exactly what the prophecy said it would do. That's right. Judah's voice would shake the earth. You name it. It doesn't matter whether or not it was Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and even till this day, some of the greatest voices using what? The Bible. The Israelites. Judah has did what? Yeah, Judah is doing it. Judah is bringing forth the understanding of who the 12 tribes are throughout the four corners of the earth. And guess what? Judah isn't doing it alone. He's doing it with help from the heavens. And if not for this, there will be no truth in the earth. So now that the enemy can no longer conceal the truth, I don't have to talk about who the other people are or who they aren't. I don't have to. I can just show forth the prophecies concerning our people. And if you look at the prophecies of Judah, guess what, folks? It cannot be no other people but our people. When it's Judah, it's not just talking about the Judite tribe or the African Americans, folks. Because two other tribes went into Judea during the split. Levi, the priests, who have turned to dark forces, the Haitians, and the African witch doctors who need to repent and come back to the Most High. These were the ancient priests of Levi, who are a part of the Judea society. Benjamin, the warriors of Africa, who've been docile and paid off. Paid off. On top of that, been divided politically into military groups against their own people. The West Indians, our brothers and sisters in Barbados and different parts of the West Indies and different parts of the West Indies. They were the warriors of Judea. And look what, that's right. So we talk about Judah, it's talking about the southern kingdom coming together in the spirit of the Almighty, not to harm each other, not to hurt each other anymore, but to pray together, to talk with one another, to resolve these social issues we have amongst one another. Because guess what? By doing that, we don't need the white man or any other person for that. It's reasoning amongst ourselves and stop harming one another, understanding that our people are between the crosshairs and all of the tribes of Israel is waiting for that moment. They're waiting for that moment where we begin to talk to each other and realize it's not about blaming the white man who can, at any time, that's a racial divide that does more harm than good. If we do what's right according to the Almighty, the Most High put the Spirit on those who you think is your enemy to help in time of need. So we're going to talk about it, Elder Lawyer. I need you to hold tight because there's a few things I want to break down.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Let's go now. Check 1, 2. Yeah, this is good. Let me show you something, folks. Let me show you something. George Floyd, folks. May 25th, 2020, he was killed by a cop. Every 4 years, they'll pull out a cop story for a racial divide so that blacks will, through fear, run to the polls and support a party that have been totally destroying our people. Folks, I need y'all to look at the hashtag I can't breathe. And understand the irony of this particular hashtag that was created by them, by the machine. Had everyone out there believing that they cared about black men, Judites in America. I can't breathe. Brothers and sisters, I need you all to check out the irony of that, as if this particular hashtag is prophetic in of itself. Who would have known that we would be sitting here at the end of 2021, where black men everywhere is popping up, going into the hospital saying that they can't breathe? Not just black men, black women, and every other race of people. Obviously, there's some prophecy going on here, because this was before we really understood the impact of what would become the plague. We were hearing things on CNN, locked in our homes, but out of nowhere, they came up with a mantra. They came up with a title that rings true to this very day. I can't breathe. And they put that right next to, you got it, an artist's rendition of George Floyd. Now, could be a coincidence. I don't know. I don't know. But what I want to bring out now is that at the same time, there were black men, because don't forget, folks, we can't forget the politics that was behind this, so that there would be a certain outcome for the election. This was months leading up into a time in which what? The election for the president of the United States would happen. So they had a lot of time between May and November to move our people, not having Barack Obama anymore, against the white racist. Remember that? Now, surely after getting voted in, they would do everything to avoid black men dying. Black men being killed or being put down prematurely before they had an opportunity to live out their whole life, right? Surely they would put the Democratic Party or other parties, after getting all the support, would do everything and put much finances into making sure that black men in America would have a greater quality of life. Right? Well, that's what Ice Cube thought. Or at least he would seize an opportunity to know if this is politics or serious care for the future of black men. Right? So let's see here. Let's get rid of this. And let's go to CNN. October 16th. We were able to go through the whole summer into the fall on this George Floyd thing. At the same time, folks, they were telling people, well, hold up, we don't know what's going on out there. We need to slow the businesses down and whatever the case is. This was the time where they began to let us back out of our homes. The only people who can come out of their homes and didn't have the threat of a cold or some type of disease or plague were those who were protesting. But Ice Cube said, well, since y'all care about black men like George Floyd, since y'all care about a black men and care that we breathe, let me come up with a plan that will have you people in office who need our people's vote, to have you people put your money where your mouth is. I'm going to come up with a plan, being a black man, that will have you put your money where your mouth is. Because what? Living in a capitalistic society, you would write legislation to make sure black men would have a better quality of life, to avoid more George Floyd's dying in the future. So, this was the guy on CNN, Chris Cuomo, at the same time was telling people, was putting out there that you shouldn't even, out there that, listen, you may not be able to go see your own grandmother under the plague. Scaring people to the degree where they didn't even want to go see their own family who were suffering, who were scared, not realizing what this is. So we done went from George Floyd, I cannot breathe, to our people wearing masks and everyone fearful of a disease where the side effects, one of the first side effects are, that's right, a lack of breathing. So CNN, which surely they was out there behind, they was behind the Black Lives Matter. They were behind the riots. They was against Trump. They was pro Biden. They wasn't running on anything Biden said he would do. They was only running on the fact that he wasn't Trump. Right? So surely if a black man came before him, they would listen. So let's see what happened here, folks. Enter Ice Cube. Enter Ice Cube. Now, I need y'all to hear this clearly. Fair use. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to keep it still so that we are within the rules for YouTube guidelines. Fair use.
Our next guest is Ice Cube. If you know anything about him, and you probably do, you know he started his career rapping in defiance about police presence and the realities of inner city life. And he got political with his songs as well recently during the Trump administration, most recently in 2018. Here's a taste.
Now, let me make it clear, folks. I'm going to stop it only a few times because in order to do that, this is how we make it original content. If we're speaking over it sometimes for educational purposes. Folks, I know how frustrating that is, but under the rules, you have to do that sometimes to make the content yours, okay? So let's hear this again.
Cube. If you know anything.
Let's hear it once more.
Our next guest is Ice Cube. If you know anything about him, and you probably.
If you know anything about him, first of all, Ice Cube is more famous than this guy. You will have more people in this earth who will know Ice Cube than Chris Cuomo.
Probably do. You know, he started his career rapping in defiance about police presence and the realities of inner city life. And he got political with his songs as well recently during the Trump administration, most recently in 2018. Here's a taste.
Arrest the president. You got the evidence. That is Russian intelligence.
Now we see a shift. Now he wants to work with President Trump. Here's what the president had to say most recently about Black Lives Matter.
Now, first of all, Ice Cube is going to make it clear. He's going to clear it up. No one said that he was going to work with Donald Trump. A straight lie. But let's let a brother, a Judite, clear up his position at a time where Democrats, Black Lives Matter, CNN claim that they care for black men, black people, black women. Let's hear it.
So here is Ice Cube on prime time. Thank you for taking the opportunity, brother. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Chris, your lead-ins are a little misleading.
How so?
Well, the Platinum Plan is not my plan. I came up with the contract with Black America, and I didn't run to go work with any campaign. Both campaigns contacted me. Both campaigns wanted to talk to me about the contract with Black America. One campaign said, we love what you have, but let's really dig into it after the election. And one campaign said, we love what you have. Do you mind talking to us about it? And that's what I did. So I didn't run to nobody. And so that was real misleading to me.
Well, I didn't say you ran to anybody. I said that you had taken a pivot.
Well, you said I ran over to the Trump team instead of the Biden team. That's just not true.
Well, but you are working with the Trump team instead of the Biden team, and people are giving you heat for it. What do you say to them?
Well, I'm willing to work with both teams, but I'm just...
Now, this is the same time they're telling you that you can't hug your own mother, folks. That you can't hug your own family. They show you the power of media.
Working with whoever is willing to work with me. So the Trump campaign came to me and asked me to explain to them some of the contract with Black America. That's what I did. I'm not playing no more of these games, these political games. We're not part of a team. We have very broad problems, especially the wealth gap in this country when it comes to Black Americans. So I'm going to whoever's in power, and I'm going to speak to them about our problems specifically. I'm not going there talking about minorities. I'm not going there talking about people of color or diversity or none of that stuff. I'm going there for Black Americans, the ones who are the descendants of slaves. And that's what I'm going to talk to anybody who's in power with that. So if anybody got a problem with that, it seems like a personal problem.
Well, here's the problem, and it is very personal, as you know, for a lot of people of color, because they'll say, well, why would you pick Trump when he says there's no such thing as systemic inequality? Say
I'm
again?
not picking nobody. He's the president.
But why do you think he'd want to do something for the community when he says there's no such thing as systemic inequality?
I don't know what he want to do. I just know what the man said. I know what he said to the country. I've never met Donald Trump. So I don't know what he's going to do. I just know what he said he was going to do. So both of them have a plan. Both of them say they're going to do something. And who knows what's really going to happen after November 3rd. Nobody knows from each side. We're all hoping that candidates keep their campaign promises. So that's just it.
So let's look at it this way. I think that you're right to be skeptical. Let's start with the Democrats, because even though there is a traditional connection between black voters and the Democrats, you could also say you've been let down or forgotten by Democrats in a lot of...
So even CNN realized and the stated fact there that we've been let down by the only party, by the party we have kept afloat.
Situations that would have mattered. Then you say, all right, so then what makes one side better than the other? That's where you get in trouble, which is, do you really think that Donald Trump can be trusted as much as you could trust Joe Biden?
I don't think I'm not trusting any of them. I'm just going by action.
Thank
That's
you.
all I'm going by. I'm not going by words. I'm not going by rhetoric, not going by media spin, not going by none of that. You know, I'm not on nobody's team. I'm not on Team Blue, not on Team Red.
So then I have that wrong.
Hold on, I'm an independent person, and I believe that's what black people need to do, is become independent, and we need to get something for our vote. You know, that may not happen, but it's gonna happen.
Scott.
So this means CNN, Biden, everyone else knew before the election exactly what our people, black men, were asking for. not sympathy, not a hashtag, not a poster, not a protest. You would need capital living in a what? Capitalistic society. The same way this destruction was funded, we are the people who would decide to do with whatever we would like to do with the funds to fund our way, speaking of our people, out of it. Right? Like other races of people understand that voting is a transaction. It's not a popularity contest. Everyone else votes for what they're going to get out of it, regardless of how they feel about a politician. Ice Cube, living in Hollywood, coming from the grassroots of our neighborhoods, knew how to speak and where to go to get his voice heard, to speak on a level that they can understand. So that what? So that they can't later, after getting their president in, feign ignorance. Right? So, let me show you where this went after October. The whole time CNN was pushing Black Lives Matter, leaders we didn't choose, to galvanize our population emotionally to vote for Biden. Now, the whole thing seemed sketchy to me, having with the mail-in ballots and all that, but I don't care about that because I voted for Christ. But here are the hand-picked leaders who was behind Black Lives Matter, claiming to stand for George Floyd. I can't breathe. You would think a woman standing for a black man would actually marry one. Black Lives Matter leader opens up about marrying her partner. So is she for black men and standing for black men like Coretta Scott King would a black man with Martin? The powerful story behind Black Lives Matter. You're looking at her wife. If there's any such thing as that. Now, that's her business. But brothers and sisters, I'm going to show you how politics work. They only need a face. But they needed people with sentiments against black men in powerful positions. Now, no one would have seen this picture outright. During the election. They showed you, brothers and sisters, and our sisters in particular, they dressed her up to look like you. But she don't represent George Floyd. The powerful story behind Black Lives Matter, if they're going to get a representative, it's going to be someone that stands against Judah. It doesn't matter her color. Patrice Cullors and Janaea Khan, the activists behind global equality movement, Black Lives Matter, and their story. They got you again. Now, let's not stop there. Don Lemon was driving the whole campaign. Staying in your homes, your mama, she have to go get tested, you name it. Don Lemon was driving it. Don Lemon was driving also, folks. Don Lemon was also driving the pro-Democrat, anti-Republican sentiments, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd. Now, it so happened that, listen, I feel that a man should choose. Listen, whoever you want to be with is your choice. Okay? Because at the end of the day, whatever choices we make, each individual must meet the maker. And if you're doing something immoral, without repentance, judgment will come. But Don Lemon face was plastered all over CNN about caring for a black man. And yet he's, quote unquote, as he'd say, and if you want to call it that, he's married to a white one. This is the person who got our people emotionally triggered, crying, talking about Trump and all that. When really, this is what's going on, folks. And by the way, being that he's with a gay man, that gay man is also white man. He's also considered, brothers and sisters, a minority. Okay. Now, that's his business. That's their business. It's their life to live. But this is what I'll say. I don't ever want to hear this guy get on the news, Don Lemon. I never want to get on the news and try to claim victim against white supremacy, demonizing white men as the problem, when that's who he's sleeping with. That's who he's married to. Now, we're talking about the social lynching of Judah. Folks, this cannot happen without people within our race getting utilized politically as taskmasters against us. So this is why under the other administration, Obama administration, they was pushing the equal marriage and all these other things, because why? That's right. To give political capital to another segment they can use as the face of Judah, against Judah. Now, that's his choice that he want to do what he's doing. But our brothers and sisters, you have to understand that all of these people can be compromised and utilized politically. And they are. And I'm going to show you where it all ends. Folks, I need y'all to look at this. I need you to look at this. I need you all to look at this. They told 50 Cent, they told Ice Cube that they couldn't do nothing for Judah, black men in America, when it comes to reparations and actually doing right by doing what? You got it. Indemnifying the descendants of slaves. But here it is, 5 days ago, U.S. in talks to pay separated migrant families up to $450,000 per person. They don't have nothing for Ice Cube and his people, the people who built this. But they passed a bill. They're passing a bill now that will give illegal immigrants in the United States. Now, I'm going to come up with a word today, and I'm going to coin this today. Political mercenaries. Paying the replacements while putting our people down. Paying our replacements at a time where they claim that they can't give reparations or nothing to the black people, the descendants of slaves here in America. It was our people who got them voted in office, hating Trump. And to repay our people who did this, people who had nothing to do with the growth and power structure of this country, is getting more money than our people who are suffering in America. The exact amounts of money that migrants could receive under discussion, but one person with knowledge of the negotiations. They can't give Ice Cube anything now for his people, his plan. Said the payouts may come to $450,000 per person. And guess what, folks? You know what people who are over the administering a lot of this money? You know what people they're going to have over the nonprofit groups that's going to be administering all the money to our people replacements, to the people who's replacing us. They don't have nothing for you. U.S. House, Algeria, approved $6.3 billion for Afghan refugee settlement. So, okay, you're going to let people over the border. You didn't let the Haitians in, though. And now you got Afghans, $6.3 billion. I thought you were in a war with Afghanistan. But all of a sudden, the House approves the same time they can't give our people anything. $6.3 billion for Afghan refugees, the same people you told us you were at war against. So I see where this is going. Just a sidebar. Just suppose, understanding that history is replete, right? When you study history, you'll see that seldom do these power structure think tanks do anything different. They usually do the same thing if it worked without people actually recognizing it's the same trick, right? You were in a war with Afghanistan because you said the Taliban ran into Afghanistan and then ran into other areas. And every place you said the Taliban went, then there was a war over the Middle East to chase the Taliban. Only to bless the people you were at war with $6.3 billion at a time where you can't give our people anything? To bring the same people over here? So could it be that they're going to use Biden's mental state and claim that it was irresponsible and oversight that he didn't see the Taliban coming into the black communities? Could it be? Because I have a family member in West Philadelphia who said that they must they're putting women, they're having women in abusive shelters moved out so that they can move in Afghanis. So all of a sudden, could it be down the line they're going to claim that the Taliban came through and causing issues and terrorist activity? And then that'll be a reason to come into the neighborhoods and try to confiscate constitutional protection because it don't have nothing to do with American citizens. We're talking about Afghanis who we thought we helped, and now they're coming over here to cause trouble. So they have guns, so we must go through all of it, wherever they are, and start confiscating. Huh? So they can't pay us. They can't give our people anything. A matter of fact, I need y'all to see this. A matter of fact, instead of giving us what we asked for subsequent to voting Biden in, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Look at your screen. They're taking money away. Ice Cube walks away from $9 million bag over the Venom mandate on set of upcoming comedy. So you know what? You knew they was waiting for this opportunity. Instead of giving you something for talking, we're going to take it away. Here's your payment. We're going to give your money. We're going to give your money here. Hold on, let me get it. We're going to give your money to the Afghanis. And we're going to take your money. Now, the right to work and have free enterprise and trade within the United States is actually, brothers and sisters, a constitutional right. To take away the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as they claim. But now they took $9 million away from the guy who wanted something for his people. And let's not even throw in who? Kyrie Irving. Generational wealth. Let's not even throw in them. Kyrie Irving. Look at this, folks. Now there's more. They're going to take money away from this man, but give $6.3 billion to Afghanis, $450,000 per person to immigrants that they will choose to come into the country. What's the plan here, folks? And if you're letting all these people in for whatever political reason, how are you making space for them? Oh, who knows? Maybe it's, just maybe, I don't know. But maybe it's I can't breathe. Just maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't breathe that will make space for the rest of them. They got to live somewhere, and they placing them right now in the black communities. Now, I'm going to bring you in a second, Elder Lawyer, but there's a few things I want to show here. A few more things I want to show that happened in the wake of all this. May the Lord rest his soul. DMX passed. Hank Aaron passed. Right? Mary Wilson passed. All in the wake of all this, brothers and sisters. Mary Wilson, a singer, an original member of the Supremes. She died she died here February 8th, 2021, a little after they began to roll out the stuff. We have Hank Aaron, may the Lord rest his soul. DMX, who spoke outright against the industry. And there was rumblings of what happened to him and how he passed. Mary Wilson, a legend. And I don't know, but brothers and sisters, Mary Wilson was fine just a few months ago, December 31st. Let's hear.
Happy New Year's, especially to those people in the UK.
Fair
use.
Yeah,
your New Year's has already started, huh? Well, I'm just getting started here too. And no, I'm not going to go out tonight, but I did get dressed up for you guys, okay? And, let me show. I also have my little mask. Wait a minute. Not cute, but you can't talk with it on, so I have to take it off. Okay, there we go. As I'm here by myself, you know, I don't have to have a mask on, but all you guys who are out there running in the streets, you know, put your mask on because we have to stay safe. And you know, this is going to be a good time, 2021. It better be, I tell you, it better be better than that 2020. We had a ball, didn't we? Wow. Yeah, a ball is not really the right word to say because, you know, we have lost a lot of people, a lot of my friends. And so we have to be very careful. But, you know, on with the new things, let me tell you, because this is a new year. And yes, I did find the right one to put on today. I thought I'd just kind of be all blue since you know, it's blue. Now, when 2021 comes in, I'll be maybe red. I don't know, you know. You know, I just want to say thank you to all of you wonderful friends who have just sent me. I've had pictures. I have dials. Let me see if I can show you my dial. Where's my dial? Oh, I can't even show you my dial. I can't find it. Okay. Can't find my dial, but I have dials. I have people send me paintings, you know, jewelry, and cards. I just want to say thank you to everyone for all the love you've given me and all the Supremes and all those kind of things. So thank you for the, it's 60 years, you know, and thanks for sending those cards in to the U.S. Postal Service, or hopefully we will still get that stamp for Florence. And let me see what else. So much has happened. Thank you for the awards. And the Black Press, they gave me an award. It was Patricia Sweet Pea who gave me an award. I mean, and all the interviews have been so great, so wonderful. So during this pandemic, you know, it's been kind of cool. You know, I've been working, been here by myself doing all these things, but I miss you guys on the road, you know, I really do. And to my band, okay, I gotta say to my band, Mark Zare, Donzel Davis, Ray, and Mike Lomez, all the guys, and my singers, of course, Parnell. I know you guys have seen him on Green Sleep, whatever that is, right? He's fabulous. I saw him the other day. And of course, Lucy. And shout out goes to Lucy because she just lost one of her brothers, and we're just losing so many people. So I can't wait till this pandemic is over so I can get back to see you guys, okay? Let me see this hair. I didn't have a chance to really get it because I pulled it right directly out the box, but you know how things go. I'm all about myself. I don't have an assistant to do all those things for me, so I have to do it myself. Happy New Year's. Yeah. Happy New Year's, everyone. Bye-bye.
Did it seem like anything was wrong with Mary Wilson? 2 months later, she had to do what she had to prepare herself to be able to go on the road. And there were requirements for her to go on the road. And whatever those requirements were, all I know at the end of these requirements, it says right here that she passed 2 months later, February 8th. Really a month later, January. She was vibrant, full of life, New Year's, turning into January 2021. And 1 month later, in preparation for trying to make sure her body was right to be able to travel, gone. May the Most High bless her soul. This is a program tonight, the social lynching of Judah. See, a lot of our people are waiting for the KKK to come out with ropes and burning crosses. Folks, that's the old way of doing things. It's high tech now. They can lynch us in plain sight without anyone recognizing the lynching. A matter of fact, they can have it now where you'll actually put your head in the noose yourself and jump to some degree. Through what? Psychology and persuasion. At the end of the day, lynching, the outcome is death. So instead of helping us when our people needed something, especially using the death of a black man to politically galvanize our people, you would think that there would be some benefits for black men after the election. Huh? Look at your screen. Bill Cosby was locked up, right? And I purposely put a picture of him with the Huxtables because this is what they want you to forget. A black man who, regardless of what he was doing personally in Hollywood, because I don't think he's doing anything different than white people, anybody else in Hollywood, mind you. But through symbolism, he instilled some pride in a community who gravely needed it, to understand that we can be more than gangbangers, haters, harlots, killers, thugs. See, they needed to get rid of that imagery or that idea that blacks, Judah, could be the example of family. For the first time in the history of America, the whole world viewed the Huxtables as the example of a healthy American family. For the first time in world history, that have never happened where, not Leave It to Beaver, not the Waltons. It was a black family that was the example. Even white people would look to the Huxtables as the example of what? A nuclear family that would bring forth healthy, useful children that would benefit a society. He finally got out because it was a public lynching with a bunch of bogus lies they used. They wanted to lynch Nick Cannon because he said that we were the Jews, and he was right. Right now, Ice Cube, he's between the proverbial noose right now for only asking for what was right for our people from a party who claimed they were for our people. Kyrie Irving. They're taking his livelihood away. They're taking his livelihood away, Kyrie Irving. And this man is known for helping our children in the inner city. R. Kelly. They put the same persuasion of people that are like Black Lives Matter. That's not a group of ours at all, just because they look like us. People who deal with intersexual activity is a different group than our people. And it's not because I said it. They claim to be a different group by not claiming who we are, but being recognized as a separate group based on sexual attraction. They have separated themselves from us. Okay? These people were put together and they put together a documentary called Surviving R. Kelly so that they can move the public sentiment against this man. Now, I don't know what they do privately, but I do know R. Kelly was asking for his royalties. At the same time, they begin to come against him. And you don't even have to give it to R. Kelly. All right, just say R. Kelly is guilty of everything you claim he is. The royalty and the generational wealth should be given to his children and publicized throughout the media that all of R. Kelly rights and finances will now be put in a trust for his children. See? I'm showing you the public lynchings and how they do it. They do it through what? Demonization. And all of this is to give our people, Judah, a bad image when there's good men. There's good men out there that isn't publicized, that isn't talked about, like Kyrie Irving. And our people over and over again allow this public demeaning and demonizing to continue. And now the new guy that they're trying to put between the noose, Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is the new one. Public lynchings and right out, brothers and sisters, in plain sight. And that's why I wanted to put out there the social lynching of Judah, because y'all don't understand that the lynchings are political now. And now that they realize that the majority of our people are on to them and realize that they have never been for us. And it doesn't matter either side, because even Ice Cube said, listen, I'm not down with either side. But I know both sides benefited from what? My forefathers slaving in this country. So it's not about getting something from us, a vote from us. It's time to come to the table with what you're going to do for us, not what we can do for you, putting you in office only for you so you can give our people your behind, and then shape more legislation that would actually destroy our children. And I'm going to tell you, brothers and sisters, again, they'll claim it's nothing, there's nothing for us. But where did this money come from? Where did this money come from? Where come from? Huh? 6.3 billion for Afghan refugees to come into the United States. And don't believe that the power structure is going to put them in the suburbs. Now that our people woke up, they're like, okay, you don't have to now. You don't have to go for it. We'll replace you. Make sure you go get your test. U.S. in talks to pay separated migrant families up to $450 per person. And you know what, folks? They could have kept all of this quiet. They could have just did it without telling you. They wanted us to see this. They want you to see what they're doing. And they're laughing all the way to the bank. They're laughing all the way to the bank. They're laughing all the way to the bank. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And see, and this is why we voted for Christ. So, brothers and sisters, how long will we continue, brothers and sisters, to allow ourselves, our people, to be played? And when are people really, our people, gonna get behind black men? men all together, be it black or not? When are we going to stand for masculinity and destroy every other political attack that's been shaped socially against the rise of Judah? Okay, news just came in because the next thing going to happen now, they got the 6.3 billion they're giving to the Afghanis. They're going to put not in the suburbs, but in your communities, our communities, where our people are. And all of a sudden, you're going to hear news about stuff happening all around the United States because Biden, not in his right mind, should have thought about the terrorist activity that could come from it. Now, some people might say, Elder Ricard, what are you talking about? See, y'all have to understand, brothers and sisters, I'm going to be going into this in the academy also, that I'm not speaking just to speak. New papers were drafted. The National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism plans to beef up things in fear of an impending domestic terrorist act. I read the whole thing. I read it this morning when I got up. So they're planning, well, not they're planning a defense against a suspected attack within the United States. And guess what, folks? You would never guess the color of some of the the black nationalists are on the top of some of these lists that they're going to claim. They're going to claim got with some of these groups that came over into the States and all that. But I'm going to go over that in the academy. It's too much to read. But folks, I'm not pulling this stuff out of the air. It's not getting pulled out of the air. Because now that people have caught on to the I cannot breathe, something else is coming from China that's really going to affect our people who are suffering already. And what's that? Here's news from Hong Kong press. Stock up on daily necessities, China says, amid new Dovik outbreak. So when they say something is going to happen over in China, what happens next, folks? See? Now, this is just a photo op right there. This ain't really happening. These are two people posing for a picture here, by the way. They went in front of there and threw this stuff on, and after they took a picture, they jumped back in the car. So this bogus propaganda is not only in America, okay? But this is what you have to, what have I been telling you, folks? Stock up on daily necessities, China says, amid new outbreak. So you're going to hear about a new outbreak, and guess what? They're going to say, again, employment has slowed because not too many people are complying. And guess what, folks? If they say it's happening over there, a few days it's going to be reported over here. Thank you, Shapat, and I'm sure he has more we're going to talk about in the academy this coming Sunday. Folks. And what happens when the stores' doors are closed? When they claim it's a lack of it's really because the workforce and truckers doesn't have enough force or employment force or trucks on the road to deliver the goods. Here we go. Here comes winter. Now that we've awakened and we understand what's going on and we've been bamboozled again. Hey, don't worry about it. We got the replacements in. And guess what? Hey, suppose they start tying a lot of this stuff they push out there to your EBT cards, to your food, soup lines, and all that. But they have to make sure you're safe before you actually get your food. Black Lives Matter. This is what the social lynching of Judah looks like. Because at the end of the day, every other people in the earth have gotten the memo and prepared. See, a lot of you were talking about, well, what about the, like for instance, restaurants? They got the memo. Of course, there were stories about a lot of restaurants not being able to make it through the Dovic. But folks, they got the memo. The memo was, you know what? Don't worry about it. You're going to lose money on the front. We're going to give you PPP loans and allow you extra seating for your restaurant. There will not be a fine for over occupancy. You're going to have 2 restaurants. We're going to have it where your patrons can sit outside and you'll make more money than you've ever made before. So that was an inside agreement where if they could withstand the first wave, that they would make the money back and more on the back end. They got the memo. There's restaurants now that are doing better than before the plague because they have outside seating. Other people on the outside of us receive the memo, folks. And they've been preparing for a long time. What about us? It's time. So instead of them helping the people who needed help at a time where they were claiming to love black men, George Floyd, oh, George Floyd. After the election, they doubled down to get rid of thousands of George Floyds. Thousands upon thousands. This is what social lynching of Judah looks like. They doubled down. Oh, you don't want to vote? That's fine. I tell you what, we'll replace you. But this democracy will stand. That's what they think. There's another thing that happened that I'm going to talk in particular. I'm going to talk about this Friday on Patreon. There's a sister who, I can't show the video here. A sister, though, who filled online that she was going to actually go into a white neighborhood to actually get some of the stuff. So she said she was a white person, just so that she can be approved to actually go into a clinic on the outside of her area. She went to the place in a white neighborhood, and then when they seen she was black, they turned her away. And she says, why? Can I get it here? It was like, no. You said you were white. Now, I don't know what's going on. To me, I believe in my natural self. I don't believe in nothing else for me, because the laws of God makes it clear that we ought to put only the things that in the Bible in my, only things that's in the Bible that's clean according to God's law can go into my body. That's my religious protection. I believe the Most High have made herbs and all those other things for me, and it worked since Adam. So if somebody want to go do other things, I'm not saying don't do it. It's your business. All I know is, hey, she filled it out online. She said she was white, went into a certain area, and they was like, well, no, you can't get it. She's like, it doesn't matter. You know I'm black, but you know. They was like, well, no, you can't get it. Go back to where you come from. So I don't know. Is the bachelor's the same? Maybe. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you, all Israel is not of Israel. You got some black faces that are being used who are dealing with intersexual behavior and being used politically as the face of blacks to trigger the ignorant within our society. Don't ever let people trigger you and make you believe that there's one white racist that's against the world politically, that's against black people politically, and that they can put all the racism, the systemic racism that happened to our people since slavery, on one white man named Trump. How stupid do they think you are? Well, then people, why are you dealing with Biden? Well, he ain't Trump. What's wrong with Trump? Not that I agree with him, but he was hanging out with Mike Tyson and Michael Jackson. He was cool with us, right? Well, no, he's a racist. What did he say that was racist? You like Trump, huh? No, I'm just asking you. You said it as if you have information, because the reality is every person is for their race. And every person have said things in private that would offend another race, speaking amongst their own. That'll make them racist. Sense of humor, jokes, being able to crack jokes, being able to say things that you can't say to others in public is how the world is. There's the public persona in which you interact with people, and there's personal things where you can crack jokes against another race without being canceled. And this is why I'm against what they did to John Gruden. John Gruden didn't do anything different than what black men do the same thing when it comes to white people. And this is what makes Dave Chappelle so funny, because he's only saying what black people say amongst each other. A joke is not a joke if it isn't what? True. It's not funny unless there's some truth to it. So that's why I don't like what they did to John Gruden. Pulling out some emails from 10 years ago that was supposed to be private between him and someone else. Because that's setting a precedent that if they can do that 10 years ago and he could have probably had a different change of heart by now, what can they do to you? And that's what I'm examining. What can they do to you if they can pull out emails from 10 years ago? And I'm like, listen, so what he talked about black people, I don't care about that. I expect I expect to see something, what? Offensive if I'm reading a private email that I wasn't supposed to see. I expect to look at that and say, well, okay, I crack jokes about white people. What's wrong with people anymore? They're going to fire that man because of 10-year emails, 10 years ago. But it's not about John Gruden. He's going to be fine. Usually they use a face of themselves first before they put something on the books that will be aimed towards destroying Judah now. I say give John Gruden back his job. He didn't offend me. It was a private email that no one else was supposed to see anyway. And what they need to do is put the person in jail who's going through people's private email. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. You mentioned that because
hold on.
As you were mentioned, or as you stated, when it comes to using the example of the John Gruden, okay.
Well, let me bring you in. Let me bring you in. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I want them. They have to see you. Okay. One moment. Okay, Elder Lawyer, you're good.
Yeah. So what we have to realize with these agendas, there's always a pattern. It starts off with one person being either demonized, someone being punished, or like you mentioned, emails, private emails from 10 years ago. And usually it's something that we all can agree with.
Elder lawyer. Elder lawyer. And I hear this all the time when I talk about Trump hanging out with Tyson and all these other people. I'm not saying he's not racist. But why are we finding out about his racism now? And I'm saying this, it was so convenient to bring out what? What was the name of that? The something Park 5? What was the name of that documentary?
Central Park 5.
It was so convenient to bring out the Central Park 5 when they did. So all of these years we knew about the Central Park 5, but all of a sudden it happened how long ago? It's going to come out now? So you have to look at the timing of it. You think they care about what happened to those boys at Central Park 5? They pulled it up so they can be used politically to galvanize black people who's willing to vote only on with their emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There's not a white man anywhere publicly who have done more damage to black people than Biden's law, than the Crime Act that was shaped and drafted by Biden. Okay? That makes the Central Park 5 looks like a skip through the tulips. So I'm not defending nobody, but these are politicians. You expect them not to be racist? See, and this is why I like the way Ice Cube approached it. He didn't approach it with his emotions. He was willing to sit with a racist if it meant giving his people something. And now, in hindsight, more people would have looked back and say, you know what? He was on to something. Because, I mean, Barack Obama is a black man. And you think a white man could have got away with what he got away with? When it comes to the conditions of our people now, after him than before? So we need to stop dealing emotionally with these things. Get your emotions out of the way. Understand that these people that are shaping legislation and all that, even though a lot of them hate each other, but they're willing to what? Agree with each other on the transactions. Not just giving you some political understanding. Not that I'm for it all because I voted for Christ, but we need to get over this thing of being triggered through racism. It's a tool that's used. And get on code with one another and say, listen, anybody that's for us, down with the law, statutes, and commandments, we'll work with them with our people setting the president. Go ahead, Louis. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sir. So I was, just using the example that you provided with the emails, John Gruden, so on and so forth. Whether you agree or not with the decision that was made, whether you agree or not with the content of his emails, you have to always remember when it comes to agendas that are publicized in this fashion, it always starts off with either demonizing, making a public spectacle, punishing something that a majority of people are going to agree with is wrong. Majority of people are going to say, well, look at the comments he made. He shouldn't have made the comments. Those are racist comments. Those are discriminatory comments. Those are derogatory comments against a particular group of people or a few groups of people. And we agree that based on that, or we agree that they're wrong. So based on that, there should be punishment. The problem is that, and as you alluded to, Elder, is that it starts off with the thing that we can all agree with being wrong, being punished. But slowly but surely, the same exact standard or the same precedent that is set with this thing that we all can agree to is wrong, slowly but surely we become the target of the same precedent that we were behind setting.
Exactly.
That we allowed to be set by getting behind the idea of punishing someone for something that was done 10 years ago. Now, on your job, they're pulling up emails from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if you've been on the job 20 years ago, or it's something you did personally. And now they're pulling it up and saying, well, you should be punished now today, November 3rd, 2021, because of something you said in the year 2000, or whatever the case may be.
Exactly.
We have to always look at how these agendas are used and how we ultimately end up the target. We, Judah, and the 12 tribes of Israel end up in the crosshairs. Now, I want to read this real quick. This is Revelation chapter 12, verse 17. It says, and the dragon was wroth with the woman signifying the 12 tribes of Israel, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed. So, speaking to the 12 tribes of Israel with Judah under Christ at the head, we must realize that what? 16. We are at war.
Mm-hmm.
Who is at war with us?
Hold up. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So we must realize that we're at war. Who is at war with us? The dragon. Now, as the Bible states, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Even though the dragon, he may get physical, it may be physical casualties, we understand that ultimately we're dealing with a spiritual war. Mm-hmm. And one of the greatest weapons that the serpent uses in his war is what? Revelations 12:9 says what? And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. One of the greatest weapons of the dragon, who is at war with us, is deception.
Yes.
Now, going over to the book of Ephesians 4:14. And this is how this relates to us. Because, as we've stated, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. So Christ, under the apostles, gives us instructions on how to battle and how to deal in this war, with one of the greatest weapons in this war being deception. How do we combat the deception? Ephesians 4:14 says that we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine. Now, for the sake of this discussion, we're going to change wind of doctrine to wind of political agendas. So that we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of political agenda, by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. So these are some of the weapons that we must look for. These are some of the wiles of Satan, or the methodology of Satan that we must look for. Cunning craftiness, sleight of men. Every 4 years or every so often, we see a new political agenda being pressed to get us emotionally charged against one thing on the left-hand side, while on the right-hand side, slowly but surely, we're being made out to be the target of the same thing that we have been emotionally charged against. We're being emotionally charged. In other words, we're being emotionally charged against ourselves. Case in point, we were made to believe that this whole idea of police brutality, of racism, of black men dying in the streets at the hand of police, we were made to believe that this was something that originated under the campaign or the presidency of Trump. We were made to believe that because a neo-Nazi, white supremacist, Ku Klux Klansman got in office, and all of a sudden, racism originated. Black men dying at the hand of police originated. Okay? But here's the question. The cry of Black Lives Matter. When did we first begin to hear the slogan or the cry, the war cry, the battle cry of Black Lives Matter? Was it under Trump? Well, let's see. You go to Black Lives Matter website. They tell you when they actually began the cry, Black Lives Matter. This is from their website. Black Lives Matter was founded in 2013, keep that in mind, in response to the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's murderer. So, who was in office in 2013 when the whole thing with Trayvon Martin happened, when he was, according to the narrative, when he was murdered? Was that under some white Nazi Klansman coming to, to rally white America against black people. When did it happen? I believe in 2013, we had not only a Democratic president in office, it just so happened that that Democratic president was also a black man.
Exactly. And Biden, and Biden was vice president.
And Biden was the vice president. So we believe that the same Biden that was in office under Barack Obama, so-called black man, who under the presidency or under their term, Trayvon Martin was murdered, Freddie Gray, Eric Gardner, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, who was Sandra Bland. These are all names that we were hearing about under the presidency of a black man, who at the time, as Elder mentioned, which I totally forgot, Joe Biden was the vice president. So we believe that somehow we're going to trade off the neo-Nazi who sparked or who caused the racial discrimination. Under him, racial discrimination originated. Neo-Nazis originated under Trump. Police brutality originated under Trump. So we're going to move him out the way and put the same guy in office who was in place when Black Lives Matter was created. Now with Black Lives Matter, as Elder showed earlier, one of the leaders of Black Lives Matter, in fact, let me make this statement. All of the leaders of Black Lives Matter, which we weren't told when they began, we believe that they were organically or were made to believe, again, them using cunning craftiness and the sleight of hand to lie in wait and deceive us. We believe that they were an organic organization who were solely there for the sake of what? Justice for Black life. Restoration for the injustices and the murders that are happening against Black people. We had no idea about their preferences as it pertains to who they decide to deal with in the privacy of their bedroom. It wasn't until later that they started getting steam and Black people started kind of getting behind it and saying, yeah, that's right, Black lives do matter. That slowly but surely, them using the sleight of hand, now introduced to us the fact that the organization is not necessarily, even though it's called Black Lives Matter, it's not necessarily just we don't deal primarily with Black issues. We're not just for Black people. In fact, I'm on their website.
Elder Lawyer, just say it. Black Lives Matter is a gay organization. They'll tell you that.
Well, I'm on their website. I didn't want people to believe this ain't me saying this. This is their website.
Skype me the website so I can pull it up and put it up here while you're mentioning it. Because really, it's them spearheading and controlling the whole narrative to galvanize us out in numbers to vote or to back whatever they're backing.
Exactly.
It's not a Black organization. It was a gay organization from the beginning. It has nothing to do with Black people. Let me grab it real quick, Elder Lawyer. Let me pull it up. And I'm going to let you read it as I pull it up for the people, okay? One moment.
Yes, sir.
And see, and this is why, keep in mind, Elder Lawyer, everyone started rallying against Ice Cube because he became a glitch in the Matrix. He came out of nowhere. There was no plan of somebody like this just coming out and disrupting their steam. There was no plan because it wasn't canned. It wasn't a part of their scheme to get people out against a racist Trump. So they were crazy. I remember that time. They didn't know how to deal with this. Well, if we go against them, they're going to say we're against Black men. What do we do? Or just say he's a Trumper. Just say he's a Trumper. And Ice Cube's like, no. Ice Cube says, no, I'm not for any of y'all guys. I'm for my people. But who's ever in position, since y'all asking something from us, we need a guarantee that we're going to get something from you first. Hold on, let me grab it. Let me get it, Elder Lawyer. Hold on.
Which is ironic. I mean,
go ahead, keep on. I'm going to grab it. Keep on going.
Yes, sir. It's ironic because at the same time we're screaming at Black Lives Matter, and we need certain things put in place in order to prevent Black life from being the #1 target in America, right?
Yeah.
So a Black man stands up and actually tries to come with a plan that will actually put Black people in a position where they can politically and financially control their own destiny, which would eliminate some of the issues we've been dealing with as far as police and other things, and put us in a position where we can actually protect ourselves. And
indeed. It's here, Elder Lawyer.
that
It's
becomes
here.
a tech.
It's here.
Okay,
So
you have it? Okay.
I have it. So show me where you want me to go down. BlackLivesMatter.com. And what paragraph?
We start at the first one. We are expansive, and then I'll just read, we affirm the lives.
Okay, we are expansive. Go ahead.
So, again, as I was stating, we were made to believe initially that this was just solely a Black organization put in place to prevent or as an outcry against the injustices being done against Black people.
Yeah.
It wasn't until later that we started to kind of get behind it and say, yeah, that's right. Black lives do matter. That they started to kind of slowly but surely come from behind the curtain and say, well, Black lives do matter, but there's some other lives in the Black community that we must discuss concerning their safety and their life and their value. And here it is. This is from the horse's mouth. We are a collective of liberators who believe in, check out this word, an inclusive and spacious movement. We also believe that in order to win and bring as many people with us along the way, we must move beyond the narrow nationalism that is too prevalent in Black communities. So in other words, usually when you talk about Black movements in the Black community, those nationalist movements that you may see, similar to something like the Black Panthers or the Nation of Islam, or, maybe even the Israelites. They're just solely focused on the liberation of Black people and the uprising of Black people. But, that's too narrow. We can't really just focus on the upliftment of Black people, because there's some other elements in the Black community that are ignored.
Okay. Let me read it. We must ensure we are building a movement that brings all of us to the front. We affirm the lives of Black, queer, and trans folks, disabled folks, undocumented folks, the so-called illegal immigrants that got all that money. Guess who are the leaders or the facilitators that's over the legislation? Who's controlling the money for those programs? The same ones controlling the programs in our communities. That's why they want illegal immigrants to come through and give them what? That's right, voting rights to replace those who can't breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Black, queer, and trans folks, disabled folks, undocumented folks, folks with records, women. Where's men at? The only men they're dealing with here are Black, queer men and trans men. Women and all Black lives along the gender spectrum. Our people were duped. Our network center those who have been marginalized within Black liberation movements. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. You got it from there.
Yes, sir. So when they said they need to bring all of us to the forefront, here's the all of us. Queer, trans, disabled, everything except Black men. So here's the last thing I want to leave you all with. Okay, this is John 10:1. It says, verily, verily, I say unto you, that he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but cometh up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. You're going to realize, and many of you have realized, that everyone who initially came into the sheepfold, claiming that they were for the sheep, claiming that they were coming to protect the sheep, claiming that they were for the life of the sheep and fighting against the injustices that are being committed against the sheep, you're finding out slowly but surely that every last one of them was a thief and a robber. The only reason they came into the sheepfold was to steal from the sheep, to kill the sheep, to use the sheep to uplift and uphold their own political agendas. So, as we've been showing, Judah, it's time to wake up. No one is for your turn.
Oh yeah.
Okay? Sorry to break it to you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Elder Lawyer. People wondered why when. Not to say Trump is better. I'm just going to give an example of how our people deal strictly with emotions without reading into things politically. Why do you think so many of what you would call the LGBTQ community were crying and all that when Trump got in? And over Hillary. These were white liberals. It wasn't about racism with them. They were afraid that he would begin to do something with the programs that have funded their families, the liberal programs in our communities that are really feeding white liberals, like the abuse programs and all these other programs. Folks, that money is doled out through them, white liberals and the white gay sector, LGBT sector. So the whole thing is they was afraid. It had nothing to do with race. It had something to do with money with them. Because even Trump was even talking about, well, yeah, there's some programs we can help the black people with. But what do that mean? They get a little less of the minority pie. Less will go to LGBTQ if he was to take that same pie and say, well, let's give something to black people. See? So this is why they have that all-inclusive thing and say that it's inclusive or minority, because there's only but so much money goes towards minority programs. So if he was going to give something back to black people, it would be less for what? Immigrants, as well as the LGBT group who are over a lot of these contracts, and white liberals who are over these contracts. That's right, folks. Poverty is a business for the liberals who own all of those nonprofit programs. It's not our people running these programs in the inner city. It's them. So they were afraid because if he's going to give anything back to black people, he wasn't going to find new money. He's going to take from the other minority groups. And I want to put that out there. That's reallocate. He's going to just reallocate it. So he wasn't going to just draft up some new money. Like, they knew he was coming after their coffers and giving some of it back to our people. No way, Jose. And that's why they came in. Even white people was calling Trump racist. He's racist. He's racist, ain't he? But I wanted to put that out there. Elder Gabar wanted to come in. You have anything else before I bring him in?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. You can bring him in.
Elder Lawyer always bringing something good. I wonder what perspective Elder Gabar has. And I'm sure that, he hold on, let me bring in Elder Gabar. Blah, blah, blah. He's been waiting for a while. Qam Yasharahla. Then I'll open up the lines for a little bit. There he go. There he is. All right. There he is. All right. Okay, I'm waiting for you, Elder Gabar. Okay, he's unavailable. One moment here. And while I'm getting him, I'm going to tell you, we got a new Hebrew Bible Academy going on. A new Hebrew Bible Academy that really started last week. We went into the creation of the universe. It was real good. But I'm going into tracing the serpent seed. And Elder, I'm going to start it off from breaking down the angelic forces, the invisible, and what happened during creation where the dark forces were actually, believe it or not, folks, trapped. They were trapped in the face of the deep. And when the Most High put a firmament around them, the dark forces or the fallen ones who began on this side of creation, earth. I'm going to be going into the invisible and the true forces that are running the world. Okay, I'll be talking about that. Okay. Elder Gabar is in a meeting, so I'm going to let him do what he has to do in that meeting, and we'll open up the calls, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to just let him know to call in, and just let me know in 10 minutes if you want to come in. All right. All right. All right. So what we have to do, understanding that our people are under the crosshairs, something weird happened last night, Elder. We had a brother who went to the hospital because he was exhibiting asthma symptoms. You know, he went there knowing exactly. Excuse me, let me get her out of here. He went there knowing, Elder Lawyer, exactly what he wanted. He just wanted the treatment for asthma, whatever. He got the treatment. He texted me. He's doing 100% better. The doctor told him that he had pneumonia. A little touch of pneumonia. He asked, can I do a chest x-ray? Did a chest x-ray, everything was fine. He says, it's a little water on your lungs. I'll give you some antibiotics. You're good. You know, you'll be good in a few days. Give you some antibiotics. The doctor leaves, Elder Lawyer. A nurse comes in. And she wants to give him something after the doctor already said he was fine. So eventually, he looked into the stuff she was trying to give him. And boy, he was like, no, I can't take this. Because obviously it had dizziness, it had chest stuff and can't breathe. Whatever was in that stuff, the nurse comes in. After the doctor already said that he can go home and get antibiotics. So I don't know what was up with that nurse. But anyway, he had enough knowledge to say, listen, I'm good. Then she tried to get him with tests and all that. Like, no, I'm good. So eventually she told him, well, I can't write you a prescription for antibiotics if you don't do what I say. So he was good after the treatment. He just went home. And another nurse came to him and said, well, you know what? Said, listen, you did the right thing. Another older nurse came to him and said, you did the right thing, son. So I'm going to leave it there. Not much I can say about that, but it's always good to be informed. Now, if he didn't have the knowledge and understanding of what was going on, he would have fell for whatever this nurse was trying to do or whatever the case is. But he's fine now. He's drinking tea. He got what he needs. He went to the doctor's office the next day. But it's best to be informed and get the help you need out of the hospitals and just get what you need out of there. That it's a blessing. He's fine. All right, let me make some calls. Let me. Matter of fact, let me call you right back. I'm gonna bring in the blog talk.
Yes,
right,
sir.
Shalom. Yep. Let's see.
Welcome.
All right, come on. Oh, there we go. All right. 1 second, folks. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna hold tight. When Gabar come in, I'm gonna have him have his say, but in the meantime, I'll take some calls.
Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Let's go. Edward has a comment, 501 area code. Edward. We're going into breaking down the the lynching, the social lynching of Judah. And brothers and sisters, it's time for us to get behind our men. Not on no George Floyd garbage. 501 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Hey, Edward, you're live. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment, based because I kind of caught, the end of the show, but based off of a particular source that I'm hearing, I'm not going to give the name. It's an online forum through BitChute, but they were talking about white supremacy being tied with Iran, and so I'm looking at this and and comparing notes to what you are bringing, and to see how it how it's kind of like all over the place, but they're definitely have a lot to say regarding this this white supremacy stuff, and having a reason to go to war with Iran, which is it's kind of ridiculous when you look at it. I'll be willing to give you the source offline, or what have you. I would appreciate it if you would give me a call sometime so I can speak with you concerning some things as well too.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm gonna place you on hold, brother, and make sure the elder write your number down, and I'll call you soon. All right.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Elder.
All right. Well, bye. Anytime you hear about the news trying to demonize and try to use verbiage like white supremacy, know that it's straight garbage. Okay, straight garbage. Okay, the only thing they're trying to do, just like when they went into the 1% and all this old other crap, let me tell you, it's all about trying to win over the sentiments of the grassroots, to make us believe that they're actually on our side concerning things. Okay, so they're going to try to use verbiage like white supremacy, white nationalists. We are against these white nationalists. These are white people on TV saying this too. And you know that they're laughing and joking the whole time in boardrooms making this crap up. Okay. All right. It's really about having us believe that there's some people in high places fighting white supremacy. It's utterly ridiculous. There'll always be white supremacy until Christ returns. It's called the Roman Empire. The Bible prophesied the Roman Empire, the fourth beast. Okay, so they can put that out there, to try to trigger those who don't know any better to go against the system, to stomp you out. That's all they're doing. It's bait. White supremacy. If they was against white supremacy, what they'll be saying in of itself is it's time for us to stop our own rulership. I'm against my own rulership. Utterly ridiculous. 404 area code.
Hey, Elder, how you doing?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahayah. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm calling on the social lynching of Judah. I have a couple of comments, and I want to ask you a question at the end, if you don't mind. I'm reading a book right now. It's called The Negro Project. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've heard of it. But before Planned Parenthood was actually called that, it was called The Negro Project. And it talks about Margaret Sanger's, it's a diabolical, dangerous, disastrous, and deadly plan for Black America. Mm-hmm. I looked up the word diabolical. It actually means characteristics of the devil, or so evil as to be suggestive of the devil. Mm. So the biggest social lynching of Judah that we have going on right now, this book has been an eye-opener. We have 1,000 abortions a day in the Black community. That adds up to 500,000 abortions a year. And since 1973, it's been 19 million abortions. And I did not notice.
Oh, yeah, we've covered. Listen, we've covered the Negro Project. We went over that in some of our lessons. And even in the
Okay.
academy, we've talked about the study progression of eugenics, where evolution and Darwinism, all of these things were a part of convincing the people medically that our people are genetically inferior to white people. And and to do so, they can get rid of us through natural process and be absolved from it because we haven't evolved into a person yet. So this is why it's okay for them to do certain things medically to us that they can't do to other races of people. This thing is really ingrained within the fabric of America. These witches, warlocks, and eugenicists who are going to always use some level of science to attack our people. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what plague, whatever comes down, it'll be us. And I believe what we're going through, what you're seeing right now, is their final solution. And this is why they started putting out words like the people who are disproportionately affected. By saying that, they were able to segregate us politically from everyone else and make us the target of this campaign.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah,
So what you're saying about the Negro Project, guess what? Yeah, but go on. But what you're saying about that, we're looking right now, we're living at the end of that plan. Because now that we woke up to what they were doing to our children under mental health and how they were trying to get stuff in our people and all that, have to go to school and all that, and we're starting to wake up to all that. And we started counting the numbers when it comes to abortion and all those things and realized, hold up, I thought this was a feminist thing. I thought this was a feminist cause. But how is this a feminist cause? And yet the majority of children that are dying or not getting born are black children, black young men in particular. So this is not a feminist thing if at the end of the day, no matter what they come up with, it's our people dying in mass number. So now that our people have figured that out and say they want to come back to the Most High and start being traditional and doing things right, they say, well, now I believe this is the final solution when they don't have anything else left in the bag. I believe this is really their last big thing before rolling out the mark of the beast. But go ahead, you have the last word.
Yeah, the book says that, if there isn't some type of spiritual phenomenon, that it could lead to the extermination of the black race. And I agree with that. But I believe that spiritual phenomenon will be Christ coming back to save his people. If you don't mind, I want to ask you a quick question. I know in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, sometimes you break down different songs. And I wanted to ask you if you have heard the song by Prince called New World. Have you heard that song yet?
I probably did.
Are you there, Elder?
I can't recall it right now, but I'll listen to it after this. I'll write it down and listen to it.
Yeah. I was going to ask you if you get a free 3 minutes. It's called New World by Prince. Okay. He brought the song out in 1996. He wasn't Prince then; he was the symbol.
Yeah.
But in the song, he talks about the Jim Jones juice having a tracker in it. And I remember I think it was you went over DARPA on one of your Friday classes. So he also talks about the biology of the human being altered, and there will be a blurred line between male and female where you won't be able to understand. You won't be able to tell the difference between a boy and girl. So I'm man, that was 25 years ago when Prince, seemed like maybe he was connected to some information, because for him to say that is, that's pretty relevant in today's time. So I would like to hear your breakdown of that song, because I know occasionally, you do break down songs in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And
okay.
That's all I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure, let me put it here. What I'll do is I'll make sure I'll listen to it. Are you in this academy?
Yes, I am. I'm in my 6th Hebrew and Bible Academy. I won't be missing any. So, I'm on Patreon, so everywhere you at, I'm there. If you,
thank you.
It's kind of like if you root for Naomi. So, I really am blessed by your ministry. I appreciate it.
Oh well, praise. It's the Most High's. It's the Most High's work. You know what I mean? So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I need you to check this out because Elder Ramar sent me something, and I'll listen to the song and we'll review it together in the academy this Sunday. Okay? All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Shalom.
All right,
and we'll be going into the truth concerning the dark forces that rule this world. All right? The truth about what they call aliens. Tracing the serpent seed next Sunday. If you wish to be a part of it, it's only week 2 and we'll give you the week missed. Go to historytimes.org. Don't worry about it. We'll enroll you, get you in, and you'll still have the lesson and everything you've missed from the previous in the previous Sunday. So this you're not going to miss anything Sunday. You're going to get the first week, and you'll be ready to get in starting the second installment, Tracing the Serpent Seed. Let me pull something up here. Excuse me. Yeah, there it is. All right, check this out. CNN Business, Elder Lawyer. CNN Business. CNN Business. What do we have here? CNN Business. And you're a Hebrew guy, so you can more so go into it than I can, Elder Lawyer, with in the academy this Sunday, since we're talking about the Hebrew. I hate when CNN does this. They make it where you can hardly get. Yeah, here it is right here. They make it where the advertisement takes up the page. So no one can actually see the title. Here it is right here. Hebrew speakers mocked Facebook corporate rebrand to Meta. Most people don't know that Facebook is changing its name. So they're saying that Hebrew speakers mock Facebook, Israel. Social media users in Israel are mocking Facebook's company name change to Meta, as it sounds similar to the Hebrew word dead. Speaking of zombie. See, they love doing things in code. So they're saying the name is being changed from Facebook to dead. What's that about? This is CNN too. Many Twitter users scoff at the social media company's rebrand, revealed by founder Mark Zuckerberg earlier this week. Using the hashtag Facebook dead. Somebody did not do their hashtag branding research. It says author, Dr. Nurit Weiss Blatt, author of the Techlash and Tech Crisis Communications, tweeted, in Hebrew, meta means dead. The Jewish community will ridicule his name for years to come. So what do you think they're saying in code there, Elder Lawyer, in the Hebrew, moving Facebook from Facebook to what? To the dead. You think they're foreshadowing a few plans, something to come, or whatever the case is? It's just interesting that CNN Business would actually put that out there. All right.
Yeah, very interesting. And if we were to pair it with, if I'm not mistaken, Shapat brought out something in the news pertaining to this Facebook meta, where it will be a full experience, a full virtual reality experience, where you can basically create a whole new life in the virtual world. So what happens to your real life? Your real life is gone. It's dead. You have now become just a virtual character in the virtual world.
Well, let's cover that also. If we're gonna look more into that with the Hebrew, I want you to tell me what you will find by this Sunday. All right, Tracing the Serpent Seed this Sunday. You don't want to miss it. We're gonna go into the fallen ones, And who's really running things on earth? All right. It's going to surprise you. Some of you. All right. Let's go down the line. And again, if you wish to be a part of that, go to historytimes.org. Joshua has a question from the 601 area code. Shalom, Josh.
Hey, how are you doing? Shalom, Elder. It's an honor to be on the podcast. And all praise to the Most High. And I'm actually in the academy. When I tell you, Elder, when you went into just Genesis, my jaw dropped. You gave me a whole new understanding of what I was going over tens of times. But I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
My first question, well, more of like a comment, sir. So it was on Revelations chapter 9 and verse 11. That's my first question. When you had brought out about Abaddon and Apollyon, I realized that I had looked into it. I found out that Apollyon, there's different names for Abaddon and Apollyon. One of the names was Gilgamesh, and I found out that Gilgamesh was a ruler in Babylon. So, as before, so shall it be. So when I found out this is the king, and I understood that even king, corona, in a sense, a king wears a crown. Corona means crown in a certain understanding that I had got from. And when you had went into, before I go too far into it, do you have any understanding on CERN? I remember you saying something about that.
Well, the information I have on CERN is the fact that what they found is that's really an ancient artifact. It was actually part of the original Tower of Babel, the base of it.
So when you had brought out the fact of these spirits, these Divic, possession of an evil spirit.
Yeah.
So from my understanding, I'm understanding that these spirits they're trying to release spirits into our realm. So when these spirits got released,
they are releasing.
I think
let's make it clear.
Right, so,
they're not trying to. They are releasing the spirits. Ever since they've turned CERN on, ancient spirits are now being released in the earth.
All right, Elder. So I was just basically topping off of what you said. Like that was a even greater revelation to me. The fact about this jab, and you was even going into the zombie situation. Not even say the actual V word, but the jab. I watched the movie Get Out, and in the movie, you basically suppress the consciousness of something. Now, to my understanding, some people even feel like they're spiritually dead. Now, in the sense of zombie, they're spiritually dead, and another spirit is able to take over their spirit. So when you even said that we may see random events of violence around the world because they're no longer spiritually inclined to receive from the Most High. So the only spirit they can receive are these spirits that's being released, even with the Dovik situation. But that's my first comment. But my second comment, it was in Ezekiel, and I remember even saying that you don't believe that there was like more people than Adam and Eve in the garden. Was that right?
No, there weren't more. There weren't any other people outside of Adam and Eve. That's philosophy. There's no other people. Now, not because I proved that in the academy.
Yes, sir.
I showed you exactly.
Sir.
I showed you exactly who Cain married when he went to Nod. When you go into Genesis 5, it tell you that Adam and Eve had sons and daughters. So that was before the law of incest, because nations weren't divided in the earth at that time. Cain actually married his sister A1. Okay? In the land of Od. You can read that in the book of Jubilees. Another record the Most High gave Moses and told him to hide. So yes, a lot of this, what you're saying, it is right on, but there weren't no other people. Now, there were beings in the earth, but not people. Now, the beings, now hold up now. Let's not put the cart before the horse, because this is why I'm going into tracing the serpent seed this Sunday. I'm going to show you who was here and how they got here, and how eventually they would emerge out of the ice. I went into the firmament where when it shows the firmament was put around the face of the deep, and it tell you that in Job 38 that the face of the deep is frozen. That's the ice age. And subsequent to that, once the earth was charged by the angels Hades in the middle, that waters start to break off and go into rivers and all those things. Seas were made. And subsequent to that, you still had the others trapped in ice. They built cities there. And eventually they came out of the cities and beheld the image of God, Adam. So I'm going there. So Adam wasn't alone, but they couldn't touch him because at that time there was a connection between the heavenly realm and earth until Adam sinned. So, but they couldn't mess with him. They could. It's like this. The only way they could come in is if they were invited. They had to be invited in. So I'm. So no more. Stop.
Yes,
You're in the second week. You be there Sunday. Be there Sunday, please.
I will, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. All right. Go to historytimes.org, Josh. I'm glad you're in. And when I make statements, I like to prove what I'm saying. And a lot of you are getting some insight of what we deal with in the academy, a little bit of it. Let me show you this. Let me show you 1 second here. Web here. Let me get it. Lesson. Hold on. Let me get it. Right here. I like to give people an insight of some of the things that I'm saying. This is from CERN, a document from CERN that was turned on. And as you can see, these are white papers, scientist papers, CERN Accelerating Science. And as you can see, in their white papers from 1970, February, they broke down undermining the Tower of Babel. That CERN, that's right, CERN in Europe is an actual part of the Tower of Babel. Here's the white papers. I got it right there in front of you. From CERN Accelerating Science. And even back in 1970, they were afraid of what happens if they were to turn CERN on. And guess what? That's right. Around 2011 and 2012, they turned it on. And you started hearing about earthquakes all over the place because why? That thing is powerful. It's releasing demons and causing the total destruction on the earth. I'll be going into that. So I have the paperwork. Listen, this is science information and all that to let you know that, yes, the Tower of Babel has been turned on. I'll be going into that too. All right. 1 second here. We have Sabrina Qam. I have you. I'm going to bring you in also. Ed, I have you. Don't worry about it. I'm going to let you all in. Sabrina. Yes. Shalom. You're live.
Shalom, Elder Ricard. This is Sabrina from Washington State. I am in the academy, and it's just mind-blowing. All the puzzle pieces are adding together, so thank you for just being who you are.
Praise the Most High.
Also, I have yes, absolutely. And I have two questions. So the first question is, so with the Facebook turning into Meta, everybody should definitely delete their Facebook Meta thing right now, right?
Oh, I don't know, sis. I mean, personally, I had a conversation about that in the academy where I said that, listen, some of these platforms, if we use them with our privacy in mind, isn't a bad deal if you're doing business or other things like that. But when it comes to a time where you allow them to intrude in your privacy, putting your children out there, your family out there, your locations where you're going, that's when social media becomes very dangerous. Okay? So I don't know whether or not someone should like, that's one platform that I've never been a part of, and I don't care to be a part of it. But I mean, I know that it's used as a reconnaissance, and a lot of people connect their phones to it where everywhere you go, Don't forget, this guy got so much information on you. He have more information than any of your family members. I'm speaking of Zuckerberg. So I think people need to be cognizant and disconnect themselves when it comes to how much of privacy they're giving the public. All right. So I'm not there, so I can't make that choice for you. I don't know where it's going. But you have to make an individual choice. But you really need to make sure your children and your family members are not there. And here's a tough thing about this. When it all goes down, and you're not going to be able to deny when things go down who your family is. You may want to save a family member and say, I'm here alone. They'll be like, well, no, here's your cousin's name. They came here yesterday. Here's this, here's that. I know your children. I know exactly what they're like. I have all the data on you. So really, really a lot of this data is reconnaissance for war. And see, and that's why I'm very careful. People shouldn't try to put their personal information out there and shouldn't try to put other people's personal information out there either. Privacy is A1. Okay? You want you want as little about you out there as possible. Okay?
Right. Thank you. And my next question is, so I know that you mentioned something to do with the vax going out on people who are part of, SSI and getting food stamps. What is the prediction that you have for that?
What is the what?
What is your prediction for that? Is it something? Well, I can't speak for you, but
okay, let me answer that because I understand what you're asking. What you're asking in a nutshell. Sooner or later, being that they're now starting off with the basketball players and football players and making mandates that if not complied with, can shut off their livelihood. And I talked about this years ago. What if that thing now transitioned into the public sector now, not private, where you cannot get your welfare, EBT, your Section 8, your subsidies? What if they now put the obligation of tests or even worse on you and threaten your food stamps or whatever the case is? Well, this is why we've been telling people it's time to pivot. Don't allow the circumstance to force you into a choice, not a choice, a circumstance in which there is no choice, but to sacrifice yourself to make sure your child eats. Okay, you don't want to get there while there's still some similitude of movement. We need to get in front of all of this to make sure that if they say, well, listen, we're going to cut you off tomorrow, you're not going to make a decision based on not being able to feed your family. So now it's time to start pivoting. And this is what COVID allowed others to do, to begin to understand how to be able to operate in some level of entrepreneurship. Find a gift, do it. I mean, hey, I went and bought myself a flat top that for cheesesteaks and all that. I got that right there waiting. So that if I have to make some sandwiches or whatever the case is, boom, you can get yourself a truck.
You're going to make me one right.
Listen, go downtown, get yourself a cheap vending license, go to Amazon, get yourself a flat top and a deep fryer. You can got your fries, you got your wings, you got your bread, you got your sandwiches, whatever the case is. Start finding a way to make money while the getting is good right now, and stack and prepare. Make sure you have herbs, make sure you have all the herbs of the earth, because sometimes you may not be able to get to a hospital and you'll need herbs to help you for whatever the case is. And food. Make sure you have food stored. So now it's about getting in front of it, knowing that this what we're discussing may be the next move. If they can tell Kyrie Irving, well, listen, in New York you can't play basketball, even though other people can come in and play that didn't get it. By living in New York, you can't. If they can cut off $9 million, they can definitely cut off $9, $10, $30 million from a man strictly because he don't want to take a medical procedure. they could definitely cut off some food stamps. I mean, an EBT card. Okay? So it's about pivoting and getting in front of things now, knowing it's coming, okay? And more so than anything, get with someone of like mind that you can trust. And say, well, listen, let's try to let's do some co-oping together. Let's co-oping finance, not financially, but storage and things of that nature, and make it where it's a team play, where it's not just an individual, and make sure it's someone you can trust. But now it's time. It's time to start planning, sister. All right?
All right. Well, I can't wait to try what you throw on the grill.
Oh yeah. Hey, let me tell you, folks. Like I said, it all started a long time ago when I asked my father for some money. He talking about allowance. And I'm sitting there I done grew out of my pants and everything, and I'm still asking for allowance. He said, I got some allowance for you. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? Where my money at? And he took me downstairs and pointed me to a tool belt, some wood, and a hammer. He says, they go your allowance right there. I'm like, man, you gave Anton money. He's like, listen, dude, you almost wearing my pants. You ain't getting no allowance. You go over there and you make yourself a shoe shine box. Okay? I'll give you the schematics. You'll learn the skill. You'll have a shoe shine box, and you'll learn how to work wood at the same time. Boom. And then you can go downtown and shine shoes. $3 a shoe. They'll give you tips. You can go dance. You can spend, do whatever you want. And I bet you'll never ask me for another dime. He said, I bet you I'll be asking you for money, son. And hey, at that point, I realized it doesn't matter where you drop our people off. If you got the skills, you'll survive. We need to get out of this socialized type of thinking and move into the spirit of creators. I mean, if they can build a whole country using slaves, and we had way less coming off the boats. We didn't have no EPT cards. We didn't have it. We were just thrust into boats and build everything you see here. So it's time to start utilizing some of those gifts for ourselves. All right. Now, boom. Let me go down the line, a few more calls, and then we're going to break down. Okay, this has been a great broadcast. I don't want any overkill. And I tried to wait for Elder Gabar, but I'm sure he's in an important meeting. 646 area code. Let me bring Qam in.
Hey, Shalom, elders. How y'all doing?
Shalom, how are you?
I'm all right. Blessed by the best. I just wanted to just make two comments. One about the Arabs moving into the communities. You already know what that's about. You know, they always use them to take our women, to set up those shops where they sell the bacon, egg, and cheese on the roll without people behind it making it, and they won't touch the pork, but they'll sell it to us and all that, and they'll sell the cigarettes and the liquor and all that kind of stuff to our people to keep Judah docile, and also to convert us, because like Psalms 83, that's the scripture we always read that tells us that tabernacles of Edom and Ishmael, they confederate. They love to pretend like they against one another, like that left-right paradigm you always talk about. Okay. And they love to pretend like the Arabs are against Edom. And while Edom is using them to infiltrate into the communities because they brown skin, and they bring the corruption and stuff like that into it, and it changes the demographic as far as who you can trust and things like that. Because once they become Muslims, now everybody's an enemy in that sect. As far as Kyrie Irving, the other thing I'm going to say is it's funny that they allow Magic Johnson to play with HIV, but this brother won't get a vaccine, and now he's like the enemy of the NBA in the world now. But they allow Magic Johnson to play with HIV out of retirement, and it's more contagious than anything. It's just crazy that this has become such a vital part of our lives to be jabbed up or not. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Hey, it's deep that you mentioned the comparison. That was a great observation there, to mention the similarities, how they were able to introduce HIV to the black community through using a prominent figure we all looked up to, Magic Johnson. And that was the first introduction we had to any HIV or AIDS in our communities. And yeah, they allow him to play with it. And another thing, it was Fauci during that same time who made this connection between HIV and AIDS. And all the other doctors were looking at it and saying, well, hold up, there's no connection there. It was Fauci there introducing, along with these doctors, a new death to our communities that we thought was a gay disease. It started someplace else, another community. But then at the end of it, it's our people dying in number after it was introduced. So, and now we see, this is why they're pushing back at Kyrie Irving. What if Magic Johnson would have pushed back and say, well, hold up, let me look at this HIV things more carefully and not just take this diagnosis that they're claiming came out of nowhere. So I'm glad that you pointed that out, because they're trying to do the same thing by using sports figures to introduce what's good for us based on a disease. And here it is. It was Fauci then and Fauci now, and that's fact. Okay? Great observation. Thank you, brother.
All praises.
All right, shalom. That's interesting. All right, let me bring in Elder Qam Yasharahla, my man, my brother, from another mother. Don't worry about it. I'm going to take the rest of your calls, folks, but I said I was going to let Gabar in. He was on a call, so Elder Gabar, come on in. Hold on. Oh, there he is, the brother from another mother. Oh, shucks now.
How we doing, Elder? How we doing?
I'm blessed.
Show, my apologies.
It's okay.
Dealing with something in Virginia, but everything's working out.
Okay, it's fine. Talk to me. You're live.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of, and I think that brother Qam came up with a great point in regards to that. That looks like that may be like a shirt, a T-shirt, or at least one of those thumbnails or algorithm things that you could spread out just to open discussion. They allow Magic Johnson to come in and play after he got diagnosed with HIV. But they're making a big stink out of a flu. Now,
no, check it out. Check it out. Not just a cold or whatever it is, right? It's he doesn't have anything. So right. So here it is. Here it is. Magic can play with a disease that we thought in the community was a death sentence at that time. We knew nothing about HIV and AIDS.
Right.
And he can play on the dream team and all that with something that we thought was a death sentence. But a man that doesn't have any disease at all that we know of can't play, and his money's being taken from him based on him not getting something shot into him. That's he don't have no disease, but he can't play. And HIV, and here it is, Magic Johnson had HIV at a time that we thought was a death sentence, and he played. Well, does it have to make sense anymore? But go on. I'm sorry.
It doesn't, right? But yes, land backing on the conversation you're having today in regards of the attack on Judah, right?
Yeah.
And I think it is a deliberate thing that they are dividing the two tribes, the northern and the southern, in regards of only associating racism, prejudice, slavery, Jim Crow, only with the northern tribes, the southern, excuse me. Every single time we see a picture of a black man in history, or talking about American history, they usually associate the black man with a chain, slavery, they usually paint them with a defeated attitude, right?
Yeah.
A defeated look. And every time they portray a Native American, they usually portray him with a proud look. Strong, proud.
Some level of dignity.
Some level of dignity.
Yeah.
And usually when you hear the narrative that the Native Americans or the indigenous people either got wiped out or they didn't want to fight or they didn't want to serve in slavery and they fought back. And that's why they had to get slaves from Africa because they were more manageable, right? They were more, you get what I'm saying? It's like the narrative is showing that the natives were proud, dignified people. They fought, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they didn't fight because they did. But what the people need to understand that the reason why slavery had to end in America is because the uprising happened in the South.
Yeah.
They could not sustain it. They could not sustain it. It was not an unsustainable situation. It worked for a little bit, but it didn't rock the way they wanted to rock. So they had to come with a different narrative. Like, okay, let's make them like they're free, but let's give them less rights.
Exactly.
That's the best way. We got to give them something because we are dying in high numbers, white people, with uprising, where our crops are getting burned, our crops are getting, destroyed, and these slaves are uprising to the point that, and this is something that we discussed, the Seminole Indian Wars was actually a united front between Native Americans and African Americans fighting against slavery and oppression.
Yo, I'm going to tell you right now, it was just getting bad for business. It was bad for business. I'm glad you're breaking that down because a lot of people would believe for some reason that slavery altogether, chattel slavery was done away with.
Right.
But slavery altogether never left because there was one provision within the Constitution, Elder, that if you commit a crime, all your rights as a citizen will revert you back to 3/5 of a man. So the only thing they would have to do now is to make what we do natural, crime. So that now they can systematically pull you out of society and do it that way and be justified. Jail. So there was never, and on top of that, what they did recognize in slavery, Gabar, is that when you treat the slaves decent in comparison to you have that division between the field slaves and the house slaves. Well, suppose we can create a whole society of house slaves where they have access to almost be on the same level as us as long as they're separate. Right? So the field slaves had all the strength and might and were more irritated than the house slaves. So let's use this as a case study and make a society of people who are house slaves but slaves nonetheless. Because folks, you have a lot of people that was on the plantations who was upset with the field slaves causing issues. They was like, listen, we got it better than the plantation over there. So it wasn't like there was an all-out negative sentiment from our portion with slavery. So Esau sat back there and said, you know what? Hey, let's check out the mentality of those who was okay with it and make that a societal norm using psychology and giving them things and rewarding them like we did those who were in the house. But go ahead, Lord Elder Gabar, your floor.
Yeah, and so, and and that's why, all the tribes gotta not fall for the trick, not fall for the game, not fall for these things, right? That they do to keep us separate, and divided. And I truly believe that now we have to start targeting. And it's like, if you are a Levite, you should, your people struggle, your point of view. If you're an Ephraimite, if you're a Simeonite, if you're a Gadite, if you're a Benjamite, your people struggles. So you'll probably be the best way the best person to represent your people. But I think you should also bring specifically a brother from another tribe with you, so then your tribe could see that unity. More and more, we have to see the visual unity within the tribes, right? And for they could explain, I'll come in through the door, right? I'll come in through the Benjamin door because I am with a Benjamin. He could let me in the club because, he knows me and they know him. Okay, we'll let you in because you come recommended by this guy, but then they could see that unity. Why you guys are friends? What's going on? It's the same scenario, right? So I think that we have to start doing it. But I'm gonna leave with this. Yesterday we had a show. We had like a little cute competition, and I think it's fitting to me to bring it out. And basically the competition, I had it with Bishop Amav, Deacon Dave from Canada, Bishop Kazak from Pittsburgh, and myself.
Okay. And
the competition was, we're not going to get angry for a week. Don't let anybody get you angry for a week. And I'm okay so far. I think I've been okay. 2 consoles today. Didn't blow my top. I'm good. So, but I'm saying that to say this, that I think part of the success in me learning, okay, I gotta focus not to get angry today, right? When I'm driving, get cut off, or then now it kind of forces you to think or act nicer, right? Because then you understand, right? When in a certain situation. And I'm saying, you know what? Maybe this is something that we could also exercise within the nation. That we should not get angry at the nation because they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be looking out for their people.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be, let's open up a Chinese store in the ghetto. I open the store, then I send my cousin, I send my nephew, then you bring your people, and they're supposed to do that. So if we just release the anger of the fact that most nations look out for each other, and if we as a human race can be honest about that, then we could say, you know what, they're doing what they're supposed to do. So now we could say, you know what, let's do what they're doing for their people. Let's do it for ourselves. And let's not get angry about it. This is the game, the way it's played. Nations look out for nations. So let the children of Israel look out for the children of Israel. And I think it kind of releases you of that. Look what they did. Look, and focus on that. And because that could lead to hate and resentment, and it's not healthy. I don't think it's healthy for people to hold on to that hate all the time, rather than say, you know what? Listen, let's learn from these Gentiles in regards to how they do it. Look at the Amalek, how they rock and roll. Look at these Israelites. They go and they start a shop. One person pays his way out of the debt that they pay for him, and another person comes. They do it, and they're crushing it. So I think we, instead of complaining, look what they're doing. We're like, let's take some notes and let's do that times, 5,000. Let's rock and roll, and then let's create our own Israelite Wall Street. That's what we need to do, and start and focusing on. Let's do for ourselves, and don't take it personally when the other people are looking out for themselves. That's human nature. So let's look out for ourselves. That should encourage us more to love each other more, to forgive each other more, to work together despite if we have some differences. Because guess what? People in corporations, they're working together. They still got to bring that, whatever they need to bring. The boss wants them to bring the report, whatever. They're working together. They may hate each other's guts, but they're still working together for the greater good, or the whatever. So we have to start thinking in that concept in regards to, like, you know what, let's not worry too much or complain why or what the nations are doing. Let's do for us.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. I wish I'd have heard this last night, but I was really helping a brother last night, and I'm going to talk to you about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Add me in on that challenge.
Okay, it's from Tuesday to Tuesday. For next Tuesday, we're going to do.
Well, listen. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll start Wednesday and I'll end mine Wednesday. I will not get angry. I won't allow anything to get me angry, and I'm going to just try it for a week. And because I'm going to tell you what happens when we're like that, temperate, like the Bible says. It takes the power from the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only reason that, like these people I've mentioned, the Black Lives Matter and all these other intersectionals that's in position to control our community right now, the only reason they were able to get so many people to join the ranks in their campaign leading up to the election is because they were able to play on the anger of the people. That's a political tool.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to cause an environment that would actually draw a negative out of people that can be used, and they can use negative even to unite. That's how evil Satan is. He's the only power that be in the earth that can use negative to incite a positive outcome for this world, for him. He can get something positive out of triggering negative, the negative energy. It's fear, these two, fear and anger. I'm going to teach about that this coming Sabbath. Fear, I'm glad you said this. Fear and anger is his two tools. So what if they talk about George Floyd and I say, well, okay, I'm not angry. Let's get Ice Cube in the room so we can talk about the finances in our community to make sure another George Floyd would never die again. Because we can't bring George Floyd back, so I'm not going to get upset and anger and all that. We're going to do something about it by us actually fixing it permanently. Okay? And you can you imagine their reaction with that? Can you imagine? They wouldn't be able to use us politically anymore if they don't trigger us emotionally through racism. And that's why a lot of people get upset that I don't talk about the white man is this and the white man is that, is because, let me tell you folks, who's more an issue? The white man or the politicians in our community that looks like us, that they put in place to carry out their plans? Look at our community. We voted the black people in. And look at our community. So I'm over that already. I realize that the whole idea of the white boogeyman wears a black face. Okay. So another thing, knowledge. I'm going to show you what happened when a brother went into the hospital last night, Elder Gabar. Even though the doctor told him it was okay and that he only had a little, because he went and got a breathing treatment for asthma or whatever, and then he was about to leave, and the nurse refused to give him a prescription because he didn't want to go along with everything else she was talking about. So I got right here, he texted me, and I'm gonna show you right here. He texted me the vial that's in his hand, because he said he's gonna check everything before he do anything. That she's tried to give him, even though he was fine. He just left with an asthma attack and he was fine. And he says, no, I'm okay. And you know what he did? Because the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. The doctor said he was okay, and the nurse came in with something called it's methylprednisolone. Whatever that is. And he was like, what's that? The doctor said, I'm good. Just give me my prescription. She says, no, but I need to give you this. And look at what the side effects are, Elder. Upset stomach, stomach irritation, vomiting, headache, dizziness, insomnia, restlessness, depression, headache, nausea and vomiting, weight gain, confusion, excitement and restlessness, swelling of your ankle, feet, or hands, skin problems such as acne, thin skin, shiny skin, increased thirst, infection is the side effects. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, what does that have to do with what he went there and got his breathing treatment and went home, and he's right now drinking teas and just he slept like a baby. He's little, after having asthma or whatever. I mean, it seemed like a lot of people are having asthma symptoms for some reason. So he went there and told him exactly what he wanted. They gave it to him and he got home. But the doctor, Elder Gabar, said he was fine. Said, listen, just go. I'll give you some antibiotics. You'll be fine. But then some nurse lurked in a couple of minutes later and tried to give him that. I don't know. Hey, people just need to be more on point and ask questions, because you do have the right to look up what's going on before it happens to you. And based on what I'm seeing here, if he was disoriented and dizzy, who knows what he could have signed or whatever there? Who knows where he would have ended up? Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying. But anyway.
That's why, it's so important for you, if it's all possible, become the vessel that would avoid, they would never need to hit to the, never go to the doctor unless you want to do a checkup.
Yeah.
Try to walk for a half hour a day. If you're overweight, try to lose 10 pounds a month or 5 pounds a month. Little by little, step by step.
Yeah.
Just get healthier. If you eat too much cut it a little bit. Don't go cold turkey, just little by little. Just get healthy, because listen, I haven't gone to the doctor. Last time I went to the doctor is because I wanted to check my blood. It was like I wanted to check where my health was at. A doctor my wife was saying. Other than that, and it's not because I'm the healthiest guy in the world, but it is possible. It is possible that you could be in a situation that you could go through your whole life not ever needing a doctor. You could eat right, take your vitamins, drink enough water.
Yeah.
And then when people actually, when was the last time you went to the doctor? You check your head. You're like, in the 80s or something. So it is possible. So I'm always urging everybody to continue to increase their health, and because that's where they get you. When you're in there, now you have to figure out, okay, I have to get somebody who it has a power of attorney to make the decision, because just in case I go under, it's all kinds. Your baby's being born. Where you taking my baby? What you putting in my baby? If it's all possible, focus on midwife. We already have a lot of midwives in the church. They're licensed. They got everything above board. All the credentials, you can check their. So going back to doing for ourselves, those hospitals. They just want to stuck you with stuff that it's dangerous.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's like the hospital in of itself is just a place, right?
Yeah.
It's just, but we have to have the knowledge of what we're going in there for.
Exactly.
Like I've mentioned, fear, anger, all of these different things without a sound mind leads us to making decisions that we'll regret in the long run. And this is why I'm glad the brother had enough sense to say, you know what, let me look up some of this stuff. And then another nurse came to him and said, well, listen, I guess she looked around and said, listen, you did the right thing. And I say, what were these black nurses, white nurses? He says, no, both of them were white. He says, one came in and didn't want to give me a prescription or nothing, even though I told her the doctor said I was fine. So don't forget, Elder Gabar, a lot of these doctors is compartmentalized. They come in to work certain hours contracted for a hospital because they have a license to practice.
Yeah.
But the nurses and all that, a lot of them are with the corporate structure. They're there whether the doctors are there or not.
Yeah.
And she came after he left. And then when he said, well, listen, the doctor just told me I was fine. She says, well, he's busy with another patient, because he wanted to speak to the doctor. He says, write me a prescription. She said, well, I can't do nothing until you take this.
Yeah.
And then when he was about to leave, after realizing something fishy was going on with that particular person, another nurse came to him and said, young man, you made the right decision. Good night. Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, and to kind of give you guys an insight in what goes in the medical work, because I used to do marketing for a radiology office.
Okay.
And I was friends with a lot of pharmaceutical rep. I had the opportunity to become a pharmaceutical rep. I was always afraid that I would be killing people or promoting death, right? So I stayed away from that. But within the radiology and also the pharmaceutical, what they do is they do what they call it's like a workshop for doctors, educational. If it's a new technology or a new radiology machine or MRI, a CAT scan, a new service, we will do a luncheon and we'll invite the staff and we'll do a presentation. So you have a sales rep. This is what's going on in Medicine 2021. We have a sales rep speaking to hospital staff. We have a new technique, and this is how you can, these are the patients that you could subscribe this new technique or this new radiology machine or this, or yada, yada, yada. We're actually educating them in how to proceed these things. And this is the reason why. Because the medical laws, EPA laws and all that changes from month to month.
Okay.
So it's our job as radiologists that promoting, because, I used to, that was my job to make sure that doctors are up to date. Like, like for instance, doctor, if you could subscribe an MRI for headaches to see if they have this, that, and the other. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So it's up to us to make them aware of the different laws to help us to have them send us more patients, right?
Okay.
So within the pharmaceutical, and I see these presentations because sometimes we have I go first, I'm doing a luncheon and I'm seeing somebody else walking out, doing a presentation. Hey, what's up, buddy? What's going on? What you doing? Yeah, I'm here doing a rep. Okay. So it's part of the game.
Okay.
But we present this thing as an educational thing. With and giving them even the different insurances that do coverage and how you have to verbalize it, and for the doctor to get paid or the doctor to for us to get paid. For it won't be rejected. Same thing with the pharmaceutical. So the pharmaceutical rep, what they do, they go and they say, hey, there's a new drug. This is that it's FDA approved. And they promote it like it's a new wonder drug.
Okay.
And then and they have to, and you have a nurse says, are there any side effects? And they say, yeah, this mild side effects, this, that, and the other, coughing or headaches or slight this, that, and the other. And so therefore, when they have these meetings and then you have this new drug being pushed, then the administrator understands that, okay, if there's this new drug is going to be pushed, the hospital is getting paid and the pharmaceutical is getting paid. So if you've seen so a lot of it is driven by money and just, because every hospital is fighting tooth and nail to get approved for every visit. So it all depends if you could get visited. If you have a good team of people that will do all the behind the scene, the billing. If you have a smart biller, one visit can make a difference between 5,000 to 10,000 or 15,000.
I've seen that.
It all depends how you word it.
I've seen that, and I've seen them also, and I had to stop them from doing this because what they'll do is they want you to have insurance because they can charge more for the items there, and they can bill you for things. For a Q-tip, it was $300. For this, it was $200 because it's not coming out of your pocket. It's coming from the insurance company. So if they see the max of what they can get from the insurance company,
Yes.
A syringe, one shot can be worth $600-700. But let me say this on the back of what you're saying. Now I understand the arguments when they began to privatize and corporatize hospitals, because I think we as people are still going into the hospitals with the mindset of when hospitals were set up the old way just to help people.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Right.
we have to understand us going into a hospital now is not as a patient, but as a customer.
Mm-hmm.
And the same way you go to McDonald's and they'll say, well, if I want a burger and a fry, they ask you, well, do you want to supersize it? You understand?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's called upselling. So since
Exactly.
they don't know if another patient is coming in, so it's corporatized. So, okay, you're about to go home. The doctor told you was fine, but I got this and I got this because I'm trying to add more to the bill. Now, they may be trying to add more to the bill, but suppose that have a side effect that keeps a person in a hospital 2 or 3 extra days. Now, they have a longer stay, And this is why people have to realize, yes, what's in the hospital, elders, will help you. But you have to know the help you're going for. And I believe that's the reason that brother is home right now. Okay? Because he didn't allow something to go into him to a degree where it would have been told to him, listen, you have to stay in the hospital now. Okay? You can't go. You can go if you want. And you sitting there groggy, your foot done swelled up. You can't even think straight. You're like, I'm not going nowhere. Exactly. So the whole thing is people have to stop, because I don't know what's going on. I know that when it happened to me as a kid, when I remember a dark-skinned lady shooting me, I had to get my regular schedule or whatever the case is, and I couldn't breathe. And at that time, I was diagnosed with asthma. And I know it came from that because I had to go to school or whatever the case is. And when it happened, I knew exactly where I got asthma from. And then when we went back to the doctors try to claim that, well, no, sometimes it's genetics. You never know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I know that when that woman gave that to me, I got asthma. So I'm saying that to say this. Who knows? It seems like more and more people are coming down with asthma type symptoms. So being that I grew up fighting asthma, I could relate. I know what it is out of nowhere to feel that I cannot breathe. Now, the person who've never gone through that for the first time, and who knows what's being aerosols or whatever around here. And now for the first time, you walking around and you can hardly breathe because you don't know what an asthma attack feel like. And now here it is. That can cause shock in any person. They'd be like, well, hold up, man. I can't breathe. Do I got the this or do I got the that? But sometimes you have to stop the panic and realize probably to some degree what you're experiencing, asthmatics go through all the time. All right. So you still have to have the knowledge, consult a doctor, and understand always, to me, and I'm going to tell you, Gabar, an elder lawyer, here's the benefit of me having the truth concerning God's word, Ahayah's word, the Bible. The Bible makes it clear about defiling the temple. So it gives you more so an insight or a personal responsibility of knowing what's going into your body. Every ingredient. Every ingredient you have to research now because you are accountable to this temple and to your God, right? So, like for instance, a lot of people don't even know when you look up soy. They sold soy to us, Elder, as some type of health food. And soy has what in it when you look through the research? Estrogen. Soy can produce estrogen in a male. So do the research. You can look it up. This is something.
60% of fast food protein is made out of soy.
Yeah,
so
but
when you're eating a burger,
what I'm saying
food is 65% soy.
What I'm saying, you see these over emotional people. men and all that, because men is supposed to have testosterone. You eating all this food, and when you go to every shelf, you look at the back of it, they got soy in this and soy in this and soy in that, and you wonder why you're emotionally unstable. No one should have that much estrogen at all, in especially a male. That's why these men are reacting like girls. So I'll talk about that, but it still come down to knowing what's in your body, because now I understand why it's not the food administration separate or the drug administration separate. It was weird to me that you would have the Food and Drug Administration as one administration. Isn't that a conflict? You're not they're not crossing lines, are they? I don't know.
and what people also need to understand that, sometimes it's just, and me working in the medical industry, there is incompetency is part of the problem. That when you have such a huge conglomerate institution called the medical field, the medical industry, there's going to be a lot of incompetency, a lot of mistakes, and I'm saying that to go back to the conversation about about not being angry or not taking it personally, is that nurse that was in that meeting and they're giving you this drug, she doesn't know. She's just being told. Most of every single drug and things that the medicine world accept, they were not there at the testing. They were not there at the curation. They're reading about this drug or this procedure through paper. So they just going by what the paper is saying. So it's just knowing, like you mentioned, knowing when you go in these things, it's just the nature of the beast. They always need more money. That's why they get a lot of grants. That's why a lot of hospitals were actually qualified to be associated or be typecast as a federal or city agency, because they were getting federal money. That's why they have to, they could force hospitals to make their workers to take the vaccine. Man. So because they always broke, because it's a hospital, it takes so much. It just millions of dollars just to let it run. To run in of itself, yeah. So it's the nature of the beast of healthcare, that it almost forces good people to go bad because their livelihood. I mean, for the sake of there's some good doctors out there, but it's just the nature of the beast. Man, good point. Well, we're gonna go into that and more in the academy and all that. Especially, I'll probably bring you in, Elder Gabar, if you don't have time. If you have time, Friday on my Patreon. I'm gonna start bringing y'all in for like 15 minutes. Absolutely. All right. So here we go. Let's go down the line. That's right. Judah in the crosshairs. The social lynching of Judah. Let's go down the line. We have Pierre has a question.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, elders. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you on. Good to have you. Shalom.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I've been trying so hard to get on, man. It's been hard to get through. But by the grace of the Most High, I was able to get through tonight. And I have a question. But before I have a question, could I just make a comment on what you were saying, which is very key as far as the two aspects that we have to pay attention to when you're talking about love and not being offended. Mm-hmm. Okay, because First John 4:18 says, "Perfect love cast out all fear." Yep. And then to correlate with that, you have Psalm 119 and 165 that says, "Great peace have they that love thy law, and nothing shall offend them." Yeah. So there you have the perfect love, and of course love is keeping His commandments, because God is love, and in order to love God, you must keep His commandments. Yeah. Well, that's one aspect of it. Right. That's one aspect, because there's no greater love than one who would give his life for his friends. True. Right. This so, so love is an action. It's not. Absolutely. It's not Disney.
Okay, and that's the mistake that we're making in the first world society, is believing that love or being in love is an emotion, it's an action. Disney created the whole concept of love to make money off of the people. Love is an obligation. Yeah, love is an action. It's more so. You may not be the most chivalrous person out there, but you'll give your life for a person, and you'll respect the person. And guess what? If you have the love of Christ, being austere and all that, hey, you may not be bringing flowers every other day, but guess what? I bet you that person, when it all goes down, they'd rather be around you than someone that's just dealing with the romance factor that was created in this world. Love is an action.
Yes, absolutely.
But go on. I got a few more calls, but go ahead. I'll let you finish up, and then I got a few more. Come on.
Okay, cool. My question is in reference to the workplace. What I'm dealing with on the job now, in reference to the vaccine, and basically, I was approved for an exemption, for religious exemption. Okay, and so the religious exemption covers the COVID-19 vaccine, but they're still trying to enforce the flu vaccine.
Okay.
So my thing is,
the whole thing is
this.
Same thing? It's the same thing. The bottom line is this: a religious exemption is a religious exemption.
Right.
Even when it comes to tests, and you can submit religious exemptions for anything that violates your core beliefs. And outside of, let me make it clear, outside of the agreement of the contract concerning your responsibility to the duties for that job. Like if you like for instance, if you were taking phone calls at a call center, you cannot now go to your boss and says, I have a religious exemption to not use telephones anymore. You get fired for that. So the whole thing is, we have to understand where the line goes. The line here is religious exemptions is for anything that violates your religious rights. And that includes if there's a dietary law attached to your religion, then that means what goes into your body. So the dietary law gives you the religious right the same way the law that it has with being a Jehovah's Witness. That's right. They shun what? Blood transfusions, because it's against their religious beliefs. That's a medical procedure that could help them. True. But Jehovah's Witnesses don't do blood transfusions. And that's their religious beliefs. So, but you exactly. So you have to understand. So it doesn't matter. You saying flu, whatever. It doesn't matter what that is. You have to understand what your religious practices are.
Right.
That's supposed to be protected on a job. You have to determine that with what religion you follow, and the dietary laws that come with that, and you will submit that to anything that would violate your religious protections. It doesn't matter what they say it is from one thing to the next.
Right.
As long as you can hold up. As long as you can perform the original duties agreed upon. That's what it's about. You cannot have a religious right not to do your job. Okay?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Yes. Well, let me get to the next call, brother. All right.
Could I have someone call me? Because I had a issue that I'm dealing with. I'd like someone to call me offline to kind of deal with.
Where do you live? What city and state?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, yeah. I'll give your number to Elder Gabar, and he'll be able to handle it. Elder Ramar, make sure you give this brother's number, Pierre's number, to Elder Gabar. All right, brother.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Shalom. Shalom, and be blessed.
Bless you. Okay, we have another Pierre. We got a lot of Pierres here. John Pierre. Okay. Jean Pierre. That's kind of cool. 203 area code. He might be Levi. Talk to me.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom. Yes, I am a Levi.
How you doing? Talk to me.
I'm doing well. I do have a question, but first I just want to say thank you for your strength. Thank you for your teaching. I've been following this for a little bit over a year now, and my eyes have never been open as it opened now. So, and again, I just want to say thank you for your strength, your teaching, and all the elders in the congregation. And along that, I do have a question regarding this might be slightly off topic, but generation of curse. I grew up in a Catholic family, and my mother and also my uncles, they still go with the whole Catholic nonsense, and me coming into this truth now, and the fact that I still reside with my mother. Just wondering, could there be a stronghold there based on the stuff that they still worship and the Sunday Mass and then the rosaries and all that, and me being part of that, and with this understanding, could there be a stronghold as far as me going into that direction?
It's like this. The kingdom. The road is so narrow that only one man can walk it at a time. A husband can't bring his wife in, neither can his son bring his mother. Here's the reality of the matter, that time and chance happen to all men. And this is why Christ made statements like this, what I'm about to read here. Okay? Common sense. No man putteth a piece of new cloth into an old garment. For that which is put in to fill it up taketh from the garment, and the rent is made worse. Neither do men put new wine, which is the truth, into old bottles. Else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish, but they put new wine into new bottles. Through the mouth of babes I will speak to these people, and both are preserved. Listen to me, young man, and listen good. Are you listening?
Con.
You have to understand, when breaking someone's belief that's older can make them worse. Keep in mind, their belief system got them to where they are right now, being moral with a tradition to raise a son to see the truth. So to them, being that you turned out okay, there was something good there. Now, if you were to break their faith without giving them the full understanding of what this means, and you would break their faith prematurely, you wouldn't want your parents to turn out atheists and not believe anything at all. They'll be broke. So it's not that they're not listening. It's not time yet. So you have to be a man of wisdom to understand how not to break the people you love for an opportunity to bring them in when it's time. The Bible teaches us about what? About those blessed eyes that can see while others were blinded. You can't make someone see that can't see. Okay? And you can't frustrate the matter. The Most High awaken you in this time so that you can see for them. So what you need to do is respect and honor your parents, and know that if you were to pull the only thing that they've been holding on from up under them, it will break them. The best way to do this is to treat them as if they have the truth, with the laws concerning honoring your parents, and don't frustrate them, and be patient with them. And eventually, I've known many parents, when their children deal with them with wisdom, came around. It ain't up to you. Right now, you're dealing with a lot of passion, because I know what that is to get this truth. And it's the only thing that exists because it's the truth. But brother, it's the truth for you. And it's for you right now to grow the wisdom of how to deal with your parents. Got it?
Got it, Elder. Got it.
All right.
Older generation leave us household is a whole different beast. I'll tell you.
Well, listen, brother. Let me tell you. Listen. If my mother can come around, I will tell you. Don't forget, we got generations of pastors coming straight off the slave ships. My grandfather, my mother's father was a Baptist pastor who knew the Bible and learned it through Braille, being blind. If my mother can come to the knowledge of this and don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster and all that, and now look at our videos and in the understanding, guess what? There's hope for everyone. Okay, so brother, it's going to take. It wasn't until I laid off of my mother and did this journey that she understood that it's true. Because why? Children are fickle. How many people join one thing today, and because they're young and they still finding life out, turn to something else tomorrow? So she's like, I'm gonna let my child just spontaneously move me all over the place. But when she sees consistency and your family see that it's benefiting your life in ways that they couldn't have imagined, and they see a growth in you that wasn't taught by them, hey, brother, they may come in just by observing you. Okay? So I'm going to keep it there. All right?
Thank you, Elder. Thank you. And one last thing. What was the scripture you just read? I just wanted to kind of...
I read Matthew 9. Matthew 9 and 16 and 17. Okay?
Shalom, Elder. Thank you.
Shalom. Bless you.
Bless you.
John has a question. He's been waiting almost an hour. I have to bring him in.
John,
John, my brother. How are you doing?
Yes, my brother. Oh, I'm doing good.
The floor is yours.
Hello?
Your location?
I'm in Gainesville, Florida.
Oh, okay. The floor is yours.
Okay, yeah. So I had a question about the cloud. Like, you know how it says, behold, he come with clouds? Which I've been asking my brothers that's in the truth about the cloud. So I'm trying to ask you, what do you think that it means about the cloud? Behold, he come with clouds. Every eye shall see him.
You have a Bible?
Yes, sir.
Get a Bible.
Revelations 1 and 7?
No, get a Bible.
Yeah, I got a Bible.
Okay, follow me. Go to Acts 1 and 9. Acts 1 and 9.
Okay. Okay, Acts 1 and 9.
Read it.
I'm not on it. Hold on. I'm looking for it. I'm sorry.
All right, take your time. You've been waiting a while, so I'll be patient with you. I think you're going to be probably the last call. I'll probably take one more after this, and then I have to eat. Boy, there's some chicken noodle soup waiting for me, boy, I tell you. And it's good. And it's good. And it's good. All right, let's go. Psalms 104 and 3.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You can read it. Psalms 104 and 3. Acts 1 and 9, and then we'll go Psalms. Acts 1 and 9, read it.
All right, so Acts 1 and 9. And when he had spoken these things while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
Okay, so he's coming back the same way if you read these angels who are telling the disciples. Read.
Okay, 10. And while they looked steadfast towards heaven, as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? The same Jesus which is taken up from you into heaven shall so come in like manner as
So
ye have seen him go into heaven.
There you go. So he's coming back the same way, right? At the same way the disciples beheld him leaving in a cloud is how he's coming back, correct? You got that? Now let's break down what that cloud...
I understand what you're saying, but... Yet,
okay, but
I'm sorry.
Stick with me now. I'm not finished.
Go ahead. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way. So we're going to give you the precepts. Go to Psalms, the 104th Psalm, the 3rd verse.
Okay, Psalms
104 and 3. 104 Psalm.
Who layeth the beams of his cherubims in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariot.
His what?
Who walk upon who make the clouds his chariot.
So chariots were, hold up, take your time here. Chariots were the vehicles of old time. So something to travel in, right? Read.
Correct. Like, go ahead.
Finish reading.
I'm sorry. Who walk upon the wings. Upon the wings of the wind.
Who walketh upon the wings of the wind. Something flying. So people think that it's talking about clouds in the sky. He was taken up in something that you go into and fly in. Got it?
Okay. Yes, sir. Could I say something?
Sure.
Because yet when I look it up, I see that the cloud refers to the internet. So like, yet you coming in those clouds, you, lawmen, you see your ISUPK, IUIC, we all see y'all coming in them clouds. So what I'm basically saying is that, behold, he come with clouds. This is Judah, you Christ. Like, yeah, we all Christ. We make up the body of Christ, is what it's saying.
Well, this is what I'm saying, John. You just fell all the way off the horse.
How did I? When you look up
No. I'm going to show you, brother, listen. I'm with you, brother. I'm not against you. All I'm saying is you need to stop looking at all these groups and find yourself a teacher.
Yes, sir. And it says that, the Father going to teach us.
Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. Hold on, brother. Hey, listen, brother. Listen, brother. See, I'm here to help you also with your contradictions. Because if the Father is going to teach us, why are you on the phone trying to teach me something?
But you coming in the truth is what I'm saying.
Brother, listen.
Go ahead.
Get your Bible where it talks about being tossed to and fro in different winds of doctrine. You have a Bible on you? You want to read it? Now, listen to me. And I'm not saying, I'm not saying to even learn under the gathering of Christ Church.
I know.
But I'm
saying, coming in the truth.
Hey, brother, listen. If you read the scriptures, it says not to interrupt a man in his speech, right? So that's why I wait for you to stop, because you're thinking about what you're going to say before I even say anything. So therefore, there's no edification. I'm trying to help you, brother. I'm not even saying learn from the gathering of Christ Church. If you're learning from UPK or IUIC, find a teacher somewhere. Because you're going to be worse off if you don't, because you're creating your own doctrine. You don't know it. Now, listen, brother, listen. See, you're going back to the clouds. And I'm telling you, you need a teacher. I'm trying to help you. Okay. So listen, find a teacher that you most respect that can bring you from the beginning to learn the basis of doctrine and how to actually add to it. And you will realize what you're doing with cloud, you're not even in the ballpark of the doctrine of the Bible. And I'm helping you. You need a teacher. Or you're going to be frustrated. And I've seen guys like you listen to all these other people and come up with something, and next thing you know, you're not going to believe nothing at all. because you didn't have a foundation. The disciples had to become students first. You can't be a student.
Yes,
Listen, you can't be a student. This day I'm listening to the Pharisee. This day I'm listening to Sadducee. This day I'm listening to this group. This day I'm listening to that group. And then come the teachers who are well learned and tenured and say, this is what cloud means. Okay? I'm trying to help you. All right?
Yes, sir. I understand. I got you.
And hold up. And never say it's the Most High who teaches when you come on to teach. All right?
No, but I'm saying when Most High is teaching, yeah,
brother,
I hear you,
listen.
brother.
Hey,
like I hear the truth
brother,
in you. I hear the truth in
I'm saying, brother,
ahead.
brother, what I'm bringing is the word, and I'm trying to help you.
Yes, sir. The truth.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying,
listen. When it says we coming on a cloud, it's not talking about the internet. It's not.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bless you, my brother.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to help.
You,
listen, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm willing to help teach you, but I understand you're going down a dangerous path. You need a teacher. If it's going to be UPK or IUC, whoever it's going to be, find one. Okay. If it's us, we'll teach you.
Could I ask the question even about with the C? What does the C mean?
No. No,
like
not tonight.
Somebody else.
Listen, not tonight. I got your phone number. I got your phone number. We will reach out. But the first thing we're going to tell you to do is stop. Okay? And learn from the beginning. All right. Okay. My brother. All right. We got Brother Malcolm on the line. 770 area code.
Elder Ricard, how you doing, Elder?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. How are you, sir?
I'm honored. I'm honored to talk to you. I've been following your teaching for some time. I know you don't got a lot of time, but I'm just, if I can get two questions, I'm gonna be quick. Is there a place somewhere in Athens, Georgia, where I can congregate with some people?
Absolutely. Make sure, Elder Ramar, you write down Malcolm's number and you text his number to Baruch, the man with the plan over there in Atlanta, and we're going to get with you. We got some people next to you also. Don't worry about it.
Could you ask him to give me a call, because this a landline I'm calling off of.
Okay, so this is the only line you can be reached on?
Well, I have a different number, but I don't want to air that number out right here.
Okay. Well, this is what we'll do. Ramar, I need you to call him in about 5 minutes and get his number from him. Elder Ramar call you.
Thank you so much, Elder. It's just a blessing to talk to you. I appreciate the work, everything you're doing, sacrificing your time for the people. Thank you so much, Elder. I had a question, but good night. Thank you.
If you have a question, bring the question. Come on.
Okay. Have you ever considered working with or corresponding with the other camps? Have you ever considered at least talking to the leaders?
Have I considered it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I've considered it, and I think that one of these days that will happen. But it's not time now.
Absolutely. All praises. Thank you for everything.
All right. Okay. Bless you. All right. Let me read something real quick while I put this brother on the phone, so I can give people, edify and give brothers and sisters the reason why. Because some people might think that I was being a little abrasive. Folks, if you think that I'm abrasive and what we're doing is abrasive, none of us could have withstood some of Christ's interactions. Okay, the way I interact is quite soft compared to how Christ dealt with people. Best believe. And I'm going to give an example here. Imagine a guy come up and saying, well, listen, I want to follow you, Christ. All right, give me all. Then Christ tell you, okay, sell everything you got being rich and give it to me and be broke right now. Come follow me. Just imagine that. Just imagine a guy who come there and say, yo, I want to follow you because all the knowledge that you're bringing out and all that is the truth. Man, But let me go back and real quick. I got to go to the funeral. I have to bury my father. And then I'm going to come back because you dropping that knowledge. And Christ tell him about his own father. Let the dead bury the dead. Don't go to the funeral. Come follow me. Let me read this real quick because I don't understand, folks, that the way I spoke with that brother was a way in which it was shocking, but it would shock him to the point of stopping from destroying himself. Why? If someone is about to fall off a mountain unbeknownst to themselves and you see the mountain, there's not a quiet way or a comfortable way to save him outside of snatching him. Okay? Or holler real loud and say, yo, you walking off a mountain. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this. Thessalonians 3:9, it says, let me read it out of the Bible. But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain. A man that is an heretic after the first and second admonition reject. The Bible says after twice, you have to talk to somebody and try to bring sanity into the conversation. Reject them altogether. A man that is an heretic after the first and second admonition reject. Why? Knowing that he that is such is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself. So the best way to teach a man was to break the scriptures down and edify what the cloud was. And if he was going to still stay with this cloud is the internet thing, and then mention all these other groups he'd been looking at, it's concluded that what? What's been concluded? That he's been tossed. What's being tossed? One might ask, Elder Rakashiar, what is being tossed? Ephesians 4:14 reads that we henceforth be no more children. Children run all over the place, tossed to and fro and carried away with every wind of doctrine. UPK, GOCC, IUIC. I didn't tell him he had to follow us. He'll be better off, no matter who he respects, if it was one of those groups, learning a foundation to grow from. Because when you learn a foundation, you'll come to the knowledge to know whether or not what they're teaching is wrong by progressing and growing with a foundation. That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. If this man tell me that Christ has come already through the internet using us, he's making us an accomplice with his madness. And if he can tell me this, then what is he telling other people outside of us? Well, in the Bible, it teaches of those who was teaching a false doctrine that what? That the resurrection has already come. See, I have enough understanding to know when someone is saying that Christ has came already. He's on the internet through IUIC and the Gathering of Christ Church. I knew that when he said it. But I had enough patience not to be here where I am now, to teach the young man that he need a foundation. And a foundation isn't wrong. If it's with IUIC and he more so amongst what them or UPK, whoever it is, but at least they'll teach a discipline to build on. As he grow in the doctrine and learn the word of truth, Eventually, when he grow into that doctrine, he'll be able to discern, to know, well, okay, they've taken me as far as I could go, but I see something here that conflicts with Christ and Christ's doctrine. But he's not going to go too far believing that Christ have came through the internet. And that's when somebody is walking off a mountain, you got to grab. Okay? There was people teaching during the time of Christ that the resurrection has already come, so that people would believe that Christ wasn't coming how he said he would come. Every eye shall see isn't Rakar Shiar or Nathaniel or Johanna or someone else on the internet teaching the Bible. He need a teacher. And you know what? Brother, if you see this, we love you. We embrace you. Join the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We'll teach you. historytimes.org. All right, that concludes our broadcast for this evening. May the Most High be with you. Elders, you know I love you, and I'm glad y'all here with me. And there's no other men that I'd rather be worn with in the last days, man, than you brothers. I can tell you this, serious men of the Most High, fearless, but yet fear the Most High. Right?
All praises, Elder, and the feeling is mutual. So, after tonight, so you think you're going to be able to pass the test? Don't get angry for 1 week.
Oh, well, guess what, bro? Elder, guess what? I didn't get angry at all.
Right. I know you did it. I'm just hopefully,
Hey, man, listen. I didn't get. Listen, I taught tonight, right? We teachers, right. But listen, sometimes we have to show a little bit of concern.
This week is a teaching moment for me too. It's like, okay, it's an experiment. We'll see. Elder Lawyer, you taking the challenge too? 1 week without? Well, yeah, I think that's easy for Elder Lawyer. That's easy for Elder Lawyer.
Hey, man, listen. Lawyer gets hotter. Lawyer gets hot around the collar too. Y'all just haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he hides it good. So
all right. No, listen. Hey, he gets angry. Believe me. With that, But anyway, hey, I'm down with it. I will not get angry for a week. Right. I mean, it's going to be hard.
Let's do it.
That means I have to take. You know what that means? I have to take minimal phone calls. I can't be taking too many phone calls. Do not call me with this stuff, y'all.
Right.
Y'all call me in 5 minutes. 5 minutes about a guy that's holding his family hostage right now or something.
Right. It's like, okay, just put the gun down and let's. So I'll pray for you, Elder. Please pray for me. It's gonna be a long week of my life, probably.
Yeah, Elder, man. I told the brother not to go to her house, man, and he's there, man, and they held up. Do not call me with those issues.
Right. After Wednesday.
All right. Don't call me about to go to the hospital and all this other stuff. I was up all night, man. I didn't want to show it, man. But man, I got something in my heart for that brother, man. I'm like, no. I prayed, and I'm like, listen, I'm gonna be there until this brother is home talking to me. So that was my night last night, and I was focused. When it's come to focus, elders, you want me focused like I was last night. They wasn't gonna take my brother. But anyway, with that, shalom. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion. That's right. Bless you.
Shalom, Elder.
Bless you.
I was lost, but now I'm found. I'm a child of Israel. I heard the sound. Please give me the strength to stand day.